Here we go. Hey guys, we're live. Sorry for all the bullshit behind the scenes. We're trying to fix the camera. Yeah, so YouTube and the monetization. That, like, I mean, like, look, we've already started with swearing, so it's just how it is. Welcome to the Dev and the Gamer podcast, the most inconsistent podcast on the internet. So, hey, Megan, what's up?
What's going on, man? I mean, of course, with inconsistency, it also brings non-inconsistency. So we already there. So there is none, and I don't even know if that was a word. Crazy day, but I'm here. So we were supposed to do this a couple of hours ago, but it was my fault. So, but we're here, man. I couldn't wait. I wanted to do it last week, but after the news that just dropped this week, I mean, it was kind of perfect. So I'm excited. I'm ready to do it. You know what I'm saying? The end of the year, Devin the Gamer.
Man,
Who could ask for more?
There's a lot to cover, man.
A
lot to cover. Things have changed in the world of the internet, right? So,
right. It has been insane. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of the show, like, I mean, might as well just talk about what you've been playing, things like that, and you know what I'm saying, and what you've been streaming, because I know I've been catching you stream. I haven't been streaming at all, but it's going to get back to it. But what you've been playing and streaming, brother?
I'm playing games that are way too long. So Starfield has. We're gonna get into Starfield, but I've been putting the time into Starfield, giving it a fair chance. And usually when I get into a certain part of the game, regardless if I hate the game or not, I'm going to finish it. Right? Like, I hate having that sensation of incompletion. Unless I have to rage to never want to finish a game. So right now it's taking up a lot of time. I'm trying to beeline it, but now I'm at this weird kind of leveling up of something I got to do before I could go further. And so, yeah, I have to level up my ship, and that means I have to try to find as many space battles, being how random that is. So I'm going through that experience. But yeah, there's a lot of cover in that game that's been taking up my time. Mortal Kombat 1 is the next game on the list. So I need something short, bite-sized, a condensed, like, no nonsense, no wandering out in the middle of nowhere crap. I just want to go straight to the task, get the task done, and just keep on gaming. And I think Mortal Kombat 1 would be a perfect game where, like, they always have good stories. And I've been missing out on when that game launched. So,
okay, yeah. It is Mortal Kombat 1 story is really, really good. The game it's fun as hell. It's very, very different. So, be prepared for that. But you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if you pick up on it quicker than I did, and because I think that you might be fascinated with the combo system where you can just bring in extra characters and stuff like that, and you can tinker with stuff. So, and you like to be like an evil genius on certain things. So, I don't know. We'll see. I can't wait to hear your thoughts about it.
I think you're giving me way too much credit on my gameplay.
No, I mean, because you know what? You surprised the hell out of me with Samurai Showdown, which also is getting rollback netcode sometime early in 2024. So we need to go back and try to play that again.
The netcode was never too bad on that one. Like, there were some times that like, I'm like, that was questionable, but it really was pretty good. So it seems like a lot of these fighters are licensing the rollback netcode. Whoever makes it, I don't know who it is, and they're retro applying it to their games. Is that what I'm hearing on fighters? Is that kind of like the meta?
Yeah, it's becoming the standard, and what's great is that some older fighters are starting to get it, like DBZ fighters. That is got the rollback netcode, and that is being labeled. I have not got a chance to play it yet. It's only implemented on PC at the moment. It's in its beta stage, but I'm hearing that it's so far out of all the netcodes in games that's been out, other than the newer ones like Street Fighter 6, and I have to say, from what I played from Tekken 8, Even though the last demo it was kind of wonky, but I would just say Street Fighter 6 is the best. But they say that it's up on that tier with DBC Fighter. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to with Samurai Showdown is going to feel like when you just when you have so much that latency is just damn near gone. So it is the gold standard for fighters, and I can't even go back to some fighters that don't have it. Like it you could definitely feel the difference.
It
So
becomes obvious
yeah,
retroactively.
it becomes very, very clear, very, very clear. So excellent. That's for me. Uh I kind of stumbled into playing Madden, and not saying that because I've played Madden every year, but normally when I play Madden is around when it first comes out, then I drop it for a while, play other games, and then I come back around the Super Bowl. Well, I just had a notion of just coming in and just wanting to play it, and I got my ass kicked. Like it was bad, like 48-10 or something like that, 48-13. Um, then I played like the first game, the second game, it was like 35 to 20, and then I had the third game and I still lost, but it was better. It was like 20, it was like 26-20, whatever, whatever. But I had that fire in me of like, no, man, I can't go out like this. I know I ain't played Madden since it first came out, but I can't take no ass whoopings like that. So I've been playing Madden, and so last night I played about 5-6 games, and Ham Solo was in the chat with me, and he was like, "Hey man, why don't you?" And I didn't know that you could do this, and so this was pretty cool. That he was like, "Man, go into Discord, let me see you play the game." And I'm like, "Man," because he was laughing at me because I lost 2 games in a row, and then after winning like 4 games in a row the day before. And so anyway, I got on there and I was like, oh, it must. And so since it was show improve, I won my last 3 to 4 games. At the end, made people quit. So I was like, and I was talking a little shit or whatever. And he was like, man, whatever. And so
There's
yeah, it was
nothing.
crazy.
You're a good gamer friend when he kicks
Hmm.
you when you're down. A
Right,
good gamer
right,
friend ain't gonna he ain't gonna kiss your ass
right.
when you're down.
No, no, yeah.
He's gonna give you crap. That's how and if you can take it, then that's how you know that you guys are meant to game together, right? Like that's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome.
No, yeah. He was just there. He was playing Avatar because I told him to play Avatar because that's what I was playing beforehand. I tried to play a little bit of Hogwarts Legacy, but Hogwarts on PC is if you got the 40 series cards, or if you got the DLSS. I was reading on it, it's like it crashes, and so they got to do a patch. Because I wanted to really, I wanted to finish that game, and then I was playing Avatar, which I am thoroughly impressed with. Don, I really recommend you try that game out. It is it
I
is
ain't
one
no
of the
no.
most
I'm not in.
stunning looking
I'm
games
not
out.
into Smurf Ferngully.
Man, it
I don't.
is
I will say this. I
beautiful.
will
It
say
plays
this.
great.
No, it does look beautiful. I've seen like
Hmm.
people playing it. Um, it doesn't appeal to me. And I will say this.
Really? Oh
And it's
man.
and I liked. I hate Avatar 1. I think it's awful. I think it's an awful movie. Um,
Mm.
way overrated. But
Wow.
Avatar 2 was really good. I actually liked Avatar 2.
Okay.
I
Okay.
really
Okay.
so like from somebody that didn't like it didn't like the premise of the first one. I actually did like the second one. So I'm curious what they're gonna be going with it. But like, I think the comparison to like Far Cry-ish from Ubisoft is commonly used, and that's the vibe that I get from it just from watching it. And the Far Cry series never really resonated with me.
Ah.
And,
Okay. Okay.
and, and so you take Avatar where the world is, I feel kind of generic, and then
No,
it,
it's
it
not.
and then you add Far Cry to it and combine it. Like that's probably a magical recipe for somebody else, but it's
But
not
it's
for
not
me.
your kill.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
yeah, it's not for me.
It is yeah, it's so it's a massive game. Like you figure it out once you get out of the once you get through the beginning of the
The
story
little
aspect.
escaping thing that they have going on
Yeah,
there. Yeah, I seen
yeah, and yeah,
that.
and then when you get into the open world, and then you just and so me, I'm a maniac, so I didn't go with guidance mode. I went with like because you can do that in the other Assassin's Creeds where you can do exploration mode or guidance. Nah,
Mm-hmm.
I want the exploration. I got lost so many times to where it got frustrating because you had to know how to navigate through stuff, and I was catching myself sometimes running around in circles. Like,
Well, none of the
get to this point,
all the
yeah.
landmarks are very repetitive, like a very natural, like type nature set thing. And there's not a lot of like graphically things stand out, but not there's not graphical landmarks. Is that at least that seems like a lot of it's
I don't
a lot
know.
of
Now
dense. It's like a lot of dense foliage and stuff like that. There's not like that thing that you have in the back of your head. You're like, oh, this bush with this bush and this tree tipped over is kind of a marker. It's more of like, oh, I've seen all this stuff randomly already, and so like it makes it a little bit harder. It's a little less of a path. I've noticed a lot of things like that. I can see how like you can get turned around super quick.
Yeah, but I did find myself before I stopped to start playing Madden. I did start to see different types of areas that was different colors. Like for instance, there was a the more I went, looked like I was going northwest. It was northwest or northeast. It started to get there was a lot more water, a lot more waterfalls. The foliage was different, and then I went into an area where it was like all this purple and glowing stuff. So I think that the biomes, I don't know if it's going to be like
Well, that's a biome.
like
That's a little
snow.
bit.
Yeah,
That's different,
yeah,
right? Like
right,
biomes,
right,
like
right.
almost like a soft level in open world games, right? So,
Hmm.
like you go into an area to that, but like within that biome, it's very, and it's not a knock on it, just how they made the game. There's not a like crazy unique landmarks. I mean, look at this Gears of War gameplay. There's only one tree that you travel on
Right.
that looks like that. So even if it, this is more linear, but even if it's more open world, it still only has that one tree that looks like that, right? That's creates a uniqueness that gives you a landmark essentially. But it is what it is on the game. I think that's part of the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
experience. I mean, I'm not
yeah.
knocking it. It just seems like that's part of the experience. I mean, that's how it would be if you're like in a rainforest. It would be like, where the hell am I? Right? Because your canopy's blocking the sun. You don't know where north or south is. You have all sorts of shit going on. So yeah, it totally makes sense. But
Yeah.
you're loving it. Is that
I,
what I'm hearing?
I do. I like it a lot. I was on the fence of it. So again, shout out to Ubisoft Plus. Because I'm like, I don't know if I want to risk it all and pay $70 for this game, and it might be absolute cheats. So I was just like, okay, but I started to play it. And then at first I was a little, wasn't so much in because of the whole beginning of it.
Yeah.
I've seen the story forming, and I'm like, okay, all right with it. But then once I stepped outside, it threw it like, and I seen the beauty of it. I'm like, okay, now this is interesting. When I got started getting lost, I'm like, because I was ready to see what the combat is because I wasn't a fan at first of it with the first person view. I felt like I maybe needed to have a third person view instead. But once you get out there and you're traversing and sliding and riding and I mean and running and doing it feels great. It feels good. And it has a co-op mode that that's just incredible. So I'm just like, man, and then of course you can get on mounts, you can get on the flying mount. There's a horse looking crazy mount thing, and and then just the weapons that you can use. I found myself just lost into the game and playing it for hours
Good.
till I just had a wild streak and wanted to play Madden. So those are the three. Like I said, I tried to play Hogwarts Legacy, but it was tripping out on PC. So yeah,
Well, and
but those are the three games I was playing.
that's what it always should be though. Like, just
Hmm.
because somebody doesn't not into or doesn't like that style of game, like, we shouldn't be rooting for people not to have fun with it, right? Like to me, like that's awesome to hear that someone's really enjoying something not interested in, but I'll listen to the conversation. Like, I have no problem with that, right? And it's always good because I can always learn from, like, something I'm not interested in. I can always learn from what other people gain from that overall experience in regards to that. Do you think that, like, man, that game looks so different when they showed early on, like, stuff of it versus the final release? I feel like the final release, way better looking. Way better
Yeah,
looking.
no, oh, absolutely. I was that's what put me on pause was I'm like, you're presenting this game and it looks like this.
I mean,
I
it looks
was not
fine.
impressed.
It looked fine, but it
No,
just
I wasn't
doesn't.
impressed at all when they
But
showed that release.
it was fine, but it wasn't like,
Uh-huh.
oh, you weren't going, oh, that's going to be a banger. Like,
Right.
it really wasn't something that stood out as far as new products coming out or things being released. And then when I started seeing footage, I'm like, is this the same game or is it a different Ferngully game? Like, what's going on here? And
Yeah.
it obviously it's the same game, obviously at a later date. Which goes to the things that we've talked about before, man. Like, stop showing games so damn early. You're not ready. Don't do it. Right? Like,
Right.
it gives a bad first impression, in regards to that. So, having things behind closed door, there's a good reason why you do that.
Absolutely.
It's part of the process. So,
Yeah. No, excellent. I don't know. Well, I definitely want to because we have not talked. We've talked about the VGAs, personally, but we haven't done it on a podcast. And there's a couple of things that I really didn't. We didn't touch on the games that the games that was presented at the VGAs. So I wanted to touch on that. So we might as well touch on that first as the first topic. So okay, I'm pretty sure that you caught the VGAs later. I don't know if you caught it live.
nope.
But
No.
but
No.
your initial thoughts about the show itself and the game of the year champion, which is Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, I mean, to anyone that makes a great game or anything along those lines, I think that's great. But I am so checked out on the VGAs. I didn't even bother watching. I'm not going to give Keeley his view. I don't think he's earned it. That simple. He has to earn it from me in the sense, I've had complaints about how they treat sports games. I don't play sports games, but they should be treated fairly.
Yes.
And how they mash it again with racers, and then they do all these weird categories, and then the nominees are dictated by these gatekeepers in the review community. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
It's kind of like this inner circle, essentially, of what's going on there, and so they're being gatekeepers and keeping you guys out. If I do like a couple different reviews, it doesn't really matter. I'm working in the industry. You shouldn't be taking my opinion because it's not going to be relatable to the end gamer, I feel. But channels like yours and others, they get lowballed from that, and they and I would say this: the general audience, random person on YouTube giving a view, and people do clickbait and all that sort of stuff, but I think they're more in line with the end user of gamers than the IGNs and the Kotakus and all these other outlets that pre-exist, and those are the people dictating who are the nominees. So, like, from a premise, it's shit. It's garbage. Like, just call what it is. It's a piece of shit. In regards to, I mean, it's been years. It's been years of this. It's awful.
Yeah,
it's garbage.
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, the only thing I'm looking forward to is the games that I didn't know they were coming out. Right? The world exclusives. What's the point of watching it? So I'm watching this giant televised commercial of a circle jerk amongst the journalists, professionals, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, hey, we're part of the gaming industry too. No, you're not. You haven't moved a single fucking vertice on a model. You haven't done a single line of code. You didn't do any music. You haven't done any sound design. You haven't You're not doing playtests. You're not doing that stuff, right? Like, but you're like, hey, I'm part of this. You're not. You know, at the end of the day, somebody like myself or any of my peers, they make games for gamers to enjoy, right? And this weird middleman that we have in today's world, there's no need for it. And so the whole fundamental structure of the Game Awards is broken. Simple as that. And then people want to talk about the Xbox tax and stuff like that, but that stuff really is a byproduct of culture within these places. It's not like their boss is saying you got to like PlayStation or else, or hey, there was a little bit of handshake, a little bit wink, nudge, and 10 spots in the handshake, right? It's not what's going on there, right? It's a culture thing, and then when you do kind of inadvertently create that culture, you attract certain people that think in that same sort of way. And realistically, a lot of it is people that pretend they don't have favoritism towards things. Just be honest. You have favoritism. Yes. And there's nothing wrong with that. Try to be as balanced as possibly you can, but be honest with the fact that you have favoritism in regards to that. And I think gamers are getting wiser and wiser to this. They're kind of going, well, what the hell is this crap? Right? You see it in the YouTube world as well, but guess what? You're not authority, right? So you can move on to some other creator or something like that. There's more creators than you have time for. So the way the VGAs are structured is fundamentally broken. I don't think, and this is respect to anybody that makes my peers, right? Like, I've been to one of them, and it was a different experience because I was with people that are working in the industry, and we would talk, and the things that we were impressed with are not in line with anything that was nominated. Not even remotely. So like, right. And we're not talking trash on the nominees or, none of that stuff is going on, but, right. But the things that like, man, that was something special, or this was something special, or they talk about these different moments and like, I'll use Alana Pierce. Alana Pierce was talking about how she was having a great time in Starfield, but she works at Santa Monica Studios. Those are the normal conversations that happen at the VGAs, right? They talk about what they admire in the industry and what inspires them as a creator from other creators. And so it's cool to have all those people in one place. I think that's great. And then that's something I'll give Keeley credit for, at least doing that. But we're not the Oscars. We're interactive entertainment. Gamers are not they're not Oscar people. They don't wear suits. When you go to E3, do people wear sweatshirts, or do they hooded sweatshirts, or do they wear a full 3-piece suit, right? Like let's just be honest. I mean, we can have a reverence towards like what people are doing out there, but the reality is from the premise of how they do things from the very beginning to the end. And it's not a knock from the accomplishments of the games that are released or anything like that. My peers, the whole premise of the awards is fundamentally broken. If it was a game, people would be asking for their refund. That's the harsh reality. Wow. That's how I look at it. So like I've given it years. I've tried to be nice about it, but he's not worth my view. And look it. I'm not trying to tell people to boycott, like, because boycotts don't work, right? Like boycotts, no. When you demand boycotts, that's not how that works. It has to be a natural thing. When customers are fed up with something, then there's something that people just don't bother with something, right? Like that's the thing. And so if you piss off enough people, that's, like a litmus test of you screwed up, right? But you can't demand a boycott. It doesn't work like that. So for me, I'm not interested. I just wasn't interested at all. I didn't watch it at all. I saved myself from all the cringe moments, all that sort of stuff. I caught a couple of the premieres later, but not even fully. And I'll gonna do a live reaction on the channel on some of the trailers and stuff like that were showed there. But yeah, I wouldn't even do this format where we do a live reaction because Keely's known to strike channels.
Oh yeah, he striked channels. Yeah, like I was talking to some other people that were going to stream it, and I'm like, oh, you better watch out because Keely want all that money.
Yeah.
So if you show it at your own risk. And so there was a couple of people that still did it, and two of them got hit. So and it's like, I mean, it's do it at your own peril because which is unfortunate because if it's supposed to be something that's supposed to celebrate gaming, then you would think that everybody that is within gaming is, can participate in it. But again, this is a thing of it's a money thing, of course. And I give Keely the respect due for putting this event together. This is something that gaming needs, in my opinion. But I agree with you 100% that it's
the format's broken.
Yeah, the format is just absolutely broken. It's not. It's something that I go in it knowing that I'm going to be disappointed because of the nominees that's there or it's not there. Whatever. Every year I'm always going to be disappointed in something like that.
As a gamer,
but I'm
you're
there
not
for the events.
Not to cut you off, but as a gamer, are you represented?
No, I don't know, because the games that I like to play, they're not represented properly.
Yeah.
That's me. Like, you bring up the stuff with sports stuff, and I'm like, why do you do that? And why do you kind of throw Forza in as a shoe-in just to get a win, but then yet you take away from the sports games that are the lifeblood of this industry that every year are in the top 5? I get the heart. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say that, and then I've said this before, but some of the hardest working people in the industry, and then I know like a lot of people like will crap on a Madden or 2K. It's just the same as the other year or whatever. They're not. The amount of work that goes in it in the period of time they're given is way shorter. The demands on a sports title from somebody that's employed by those companies is higher than almost than any other company. Than any other like genre. Like, they're not afforded the time that everyone else is. And so like for me, like the fact that they're not recognized in the industry, I have a hard time with that. Like, I really do. Like, I've talked to, these are my peers. I talked to them and like to feel that like, oh yeah, they feel like they're just always shortchanged, right? Like, they sell their games, they do well, right? And then what tends to happen from there is they go, oh, you get snuffed by the industry. And you don't really get, and because they're not in their shoes. There are some people that work in the industry will never work on a sports title or whatever, right? So they don't know. They don't know that grind. And then you have, and this is for me, I don't play a lot of sports titles.
No.
You know my gamer tag. You know what I play.
I know what you play.
I don't play sports titles. But the fact that we're not recognized, and the whole point is to be able to recognize all games. Then here's the other thing too, like the double standard he has on Crunch. Like he'll placate towards the audience and be kind of like, woe is me and virtue signal with Kojima, right? But anyone else, he's not going to do it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they'll limit his access. So here's the thing, and I don't blame the companies limiting his access. If you're getting dog piled on, I probably wouldn't go to that outlet either, right? But the reality is, he picked a lane and he wouldn't stay in it, and he's not, he's not about those standards, and so it's a mark on his character, in regards to that. So that I just find that sort of stuff annoying, in regards to that. And I just can't get any joy out of it, in regards to that. And so it sucks because I think he's the only credible thing that we have out there, and it's far from at this point. It's far from credible, and that's just where I'm at. And I'm not saying me bitter because something I worked on didn't get nominated. It's not about that. It's not about that at all. It's really just as a whole, my peers and how they're represented. Some are incredibly underrepresented, some are overly represented, and then there's too much gatekeeping. I just can't stand it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree on that. The most disappointing thing for me was Hogwarts Legacy, the number one selling single player game. The the one game in like 10 to 12 years that is outsold Call of Duty.
Okay.
That's taking Call of Duty from the first part, that's taking Call of Duty from its number one spot.
Okay.
Got shunned because of so-called controversy, because of the woman that writes the books. Has nothing to do with it, which this woman has nothing to do with the developers who made the game. And on top of that, put a transgender character in the game, and and you can do the he, she, we, me, all that other stuff within the game when you create your character, right? Like the game is so separated from what the rhetoric from the writers of the book is. But to say that that is a controversy that you cannot allow on the VGAs, but then yet go back to the controversy of crunch, and which changed the industry, by the way, what happened with Naughty Dog, those leaks, all those things that was going out, that was talked about with Neil Druckmann, and how and everything else that was going on with Naughty Dog. But to go ahead and ignore that, put the Last of Us 2 in there, nominated for Game of the Year, and have it win Game of the Year, is just an absolute slap in the face to me. I like, look, you want to shun, we get, I know that you see it, the whole talk about Starfield and things like that, of that nature, and didn't make it a nominee. Yeah, I was disappointed with that, but it's more so Hogwarts Legacy because it deserves. It's not a bad game.
Well, the
It got
biggest
completely
thing,
treated different.
the
It got
biggest,
treated so different because of something that wasn't an entity that was not a part of making that game
well,
whatsoever.
the thing is, the original creator of the books, I probably more line with her and her line of thought. But the fact that the game is the opposite of what she said, right? The game should be judged on the merit. If that is the principle that you live by as an individual, then you're not virtue signaling. You're pretend virtue signaling, right? To this group, right? Like it's not about that. Like, like if that community wants to go to battle with and be honest with you, like the people that actually live with those sort of things in their life, not all these people that want to look good on paper, right? But people are actually dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. If they don't agree with her, so be it, and let them have their free speech, and let her have her free speech. I don't care. I don't care. But the game should be judged on its merits alone, right?
Right.
And
That's it.
That's all it should be. And that's a fundamental broken part of this, right? I would say it's a fundamental broken part of society, that people can have different ideologies, and one's labeled one thing, one's labeled the other, and it starts getting into name calling. Like, fuck off. Like, stop with all that shit, right? Like, it's just a game, right? Make a game how you want it to, in regards to that, and the creator can have whatever views she wants to, and people that don't agree with her, they can have the views that they want to. Like, that's
speak with your wallet. Don't buy the game.
Yeah, just don't buy the game, right? But
Just buy the
obviously,
game,
people
right.
bought the game. It resonated with gamers.
It was a damn good game, yeah.
I know a lot of people that you're not, may more align with the original author, and I know more people align with the opposite side. And then both sides bought the game. Both sides bought the game. Like,
that's
so,
right. That's right. Yeah.
So that's the merit of the game. So that's how I look at it, in regards to that. So, it's just one of those things, like, okay, so you're not going to recognize it because you don't want to be perceived as like her.
Right.
But, like, just stand for what you stand for. If you're into gaming, it's a good game, and it is It is or it isn't. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If it had that sort of content and it bugged you, cool. Just say like, hey, this ain't my cup of tea because of it. Right? I'm not gonna pass judgment. And if the opposite's true, I'm not gonna pass judgment. You can do whatever the hell you want, right? So that's just kind of silly. I think all of it is just incredibly immature.
It was very immature in my opinion, because I line on the other side. I was on the fence on getting the game because of her, right, and because of the author and her statements that she said out there in I think it was Ireland.
Yeah.
But then when I'm looking at I'm looking at gameplay, I'm looking at people play it, and then when they showed that, like, I'm like, the devs is kind of giving like the fu to her and saying, look, I'm of course she's gonna make the money, she's gonna make money from it. Well, she was the creator of it, so of course she's supposed to make the money from it. So you can't differentiate the two and say, well, you can make the game and do this and you can add this in here, but don't give her the no, that's bullshit. And so to me, it's like, this is just, and everything that for any game that's made or any music that's being played or every movie that's watched, I guarantee you, if you got all the juicy tidbits and tea of every person that's done something, you're going to find something that you didn't like about that person. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
So to me, yeah. So that's just a fact. So again,
you judge the art, not the artist.
You judge the art, not the artist. And what you're doing is that and what goes to a different degree of just silliness is that you're judging a group of people who worked on this game, put the time left, and made a fantastic game in Hogwarts Legacy. And you judge them because of somebody who had nothing, that was not in the studio and did anything to make the game. That shit is insane to me. So I didn't really care.
Well, I mean, that's a fundamental problem of society in gaming in general, right? Like, somebody does something wrong, like you hear it's in the public eye, right? And then people judge everybody that worked on that product just by that one person. And I don't think that's a fair representation on that sort of stuff. And I know that stuff has impact, but in regards to that, I mean, in general, that people don't realize that the majority of that game was actually made locally where I live. In regards to that. And guess what? A lot of those people line with her. But guess what? They also hired a firm, Sweet Baby Inc., which had a lot of influence on the stuff that's on the other side, right? So, like, it's a marketing firm. They don't actually make anything. They're just a marketing firm that pushes those type of agendas.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
Gotcha. So, that's what they did to order to the market to more people. So, like, the general public will decide what they want to do. Then again, as doesn't matter what side they say, oh, boycott this, boycott that. If it's a game they're interested in or a property they're interested in, they're gonna play it. And it may bug them. I just think that when we have like the problem is the two ideologies are not compatible, right? Like, modern day feminism and transgender movement are not compatible ideologies. They're just opposed of one another. So you're going to get these people that are going to butt heads. Who cares? You still have to make a product. You still have to put something out there, right? And if you like a game, you like a game. If you don't, you don't. This stuff is supposed to be escapism. It's not supposed to be us butting heads about this shit. Like,
that's what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Is that you are trying to force, and this is something, as me being a liberal, you can't force your thought process on somebody.
Exactly. It pisses people off. Doesn't matter what it is.
People off. This is supposed to be to get out of here, escape. I want to be in this world. I want to be in this universe. I don't give two shits about if you are if you're conservative or you're liberal or you're independent. Who cares? Or you don't even care about politics. I just want to play the goddamn game and enjoy it. That's why all the kids. And that game, it was a fantastic game. You lower, and see, another thing where people made excuses was like, well, the game didn't rate as high as other games that got rated. First off, Ghost of Tsushima was a 83 meta. the same as Hogwarts Legacy. Also, they put Death Stranding that had a 82 meta, and that game got nominated for Game of the Year. And what did you do? You put a damn remake, a game that already won Game of the Year in Resident Evil 4. Why not make a different category, or a different category to where you had nominations for the best remasters, remakes of 2023? There were 15 remasters and remakes that came out in 2023. See, that type of shit right there is why I can't stand
Yeah.
the nomination process. And that just don't make any sense to me. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, well, that's what I said. Is the glass? It's the glass ceiling of the media outlets dictating who are the nominees. That's what it comes down to. Like when people act all surprised when the VGAs and when certain games get nominated. Like I'm like, did you not see it? Did you not see it coming? Like
we see the coming. We see the coming.
You can go to social media. You can follow these people. You can see exactly what their thought process is, right?
Yeah,
and you can get a aggregate idea of what's going to be there, right? There might be one random thing that's kind of a shocker, right? But for the most part, it's very predictable. Like I didn't expect Starfield to be there before I even played it. I didn't expect Starfield to be there.
Yep, same.
I really wasn't following Hogwarts, but it doesn't surprise me. Around, how a lot of these media outlets, where they're located, and everybody wants to feel like they're in the right, and and hey, look at me, I'm a good person, like all this sort of crap, right? Versus just looking at the game at its merit. In regards to that, and I feel like you can just see these comes. I mean, like in July, we can predict. You and I can easily predict who the nominees are going to be.
Oh yeah,
next year,
oh, yeah. No
2024.
doubt.
We
No
totally
doubt.
know what it is. So what really bothers me is it's so predictable. In regards that we don't know who's going to win the final nominee of all those categories, right? But we at least have a good idea what the show is going to be about by July. So, yeah, I mean, that's just is what it is. In regards, I just feel it's disconnected from the gamers. And, there's going to be publishers going to hate me, but by the time I release a product, they're going to be less relevant than ever. You know what I mean? And, like, who matters more? The person who gets let me just ask the audience this. Like, how can I put this? So the media personality that gets an early copy before patches, doesn't spend any money, complains about having to play a game in regards to that, complains that certain games are too hard when they're fundamentally easy, right?
Right.
Do you think they should be representing the nominees or the gamer that spends actual money on a product? They're $50. They're not the time they get paid for, the free time that they have. That's worth something to somebody.
Right.
Right? With the patches and, good or bad or whatever it may be, should their opinion weigh more than the media person?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
I mean,
so it's problem solved.
Jeff Keighley said something that really, in an interview, that kind of threw me off, because you said something earlier about like, well, this isn't the Oscars. Well, Keighley said the same thing, but every time that you see the VGAs, it's becoming more Oscar-esque, but it's not as thorough as what the Oscars are. Because like you were saying, the gamers should have the bigger say so than the people within the industry. And what you do, you have nominations for like industry's best game, industry's this and that. Instead of bringing in nominations for categories of saying, well, biggest YouTuber and best YouTuber, who gives a shit? I don't care.
First of all, I'm never getting that nominee. But if I did, I wouldn't show up. Or maybe I would show up and not accept the reward. I would show up. Maybe not accept the reward. But
I would give the reward to somebody else. I would give it to like a video game that was my favorite of that year. That's what I would do.
But
Because I don't
my
need those
point,
accolades. I'm already got enough accolades by being a major content creator, in my opinion.
yeah. But like the thing, what I'm trying to point out is it's out of touch.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it's just
out of touch.
it's completely out of, like it should represent gaming. Like in what way, when you take a flash picture of the Game Awards, you go, those are a bunch of gamers. It's not right. Like, it just doesn't, sometimes we're shit talkers. Sometimes people, and this is what I think always the beauty of games is when you have a game that you enjoy and you can pull two random people, as long as they enjoy the game, they can come from different worlds and they become friends. Like
Right.
the part on Step Brothers, did we just become best friends? Like that's what gaming does. And the fact
Yes.
that, that's what I would like to see captured in gaming personally is, those sort of moments. And there's so many elements, different parts of gaming. Like, there's
Right.
there's PC gamers that don't get recognized for their sort of stuff. Like, can we have games with the
Mobile.
best? Can we have games with best
Yeah.
driver support for the
Yeah.
PC gamer? Can we have that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
have a hardware award between Intel and AMD and NVIDIA?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah.
Give them a little
Yeah.
accolade for that year, and it could be for different
Mobile.
reasons. It could be different.
Yeah. Best mobile game.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. So, my point is there's so many aspects to gaming that because it's trying too hard to be something that gaming's not,
Mhm.
that we're missing the boat even on that stuff, the cultural stuff within gaming. In regards to that, I mean, here's the thing, and I don't think that Jeff Keighley is not redeemable. Like he can improve upon the format, but
he has improved on the format. I mean, I've been watching it ever since it was on Spike TV, and Samuel L. Jackson was the host. So I mean, compared to where it started to where it's at, it's fantastic to see it's grown that way. But it also seems like in the process that the man has sold his soul to get to this point. And it's not only just, it is far reaching, not only from what you see from the VGH, but also now within the gaming media. Like it just seems like they're hindered and caught up behind what they can get out of it instead of what was supposed to be the most important part of it was about all of us being included together and celebrating gaming to the point that, it is. Because I mean, Jeff Keighley just seems like he wants to have the next E3, which we'll have to, because I know it wasn't the topic that we brought up, but we have to talk about E3 announcing that they're done. But yeah, no, it's a really crazy situation, man.
I'll pour one out for E3.
yeah. So I think that I was enjoying when I got finished watching the show. For me, I felt like gaming is in a very good place, honestly, because there was so much content to sink a teeth into with all the announcements and stuff. I mean, Hellblade 2 was absolutely fantastic. Look, and you didn't lie. You didn't lie to me. Sometimes when you say something, I kind of
how's my track record? Over the time we've known each other, how's my track record?
Your track record is pretty damn flawless, man. I mean, I think there was maybe one or two times where you was a little off, but for the most part, like I'm like, this is nuts. I said, this dude told me this shit like 3-4 years ago. What the hell?
And then I tell you information that like the other people are not talking about, right?
Yeah, right.
So,
and I'm like, bro. I'm like, man, I don't know what the hell is this, like, but yeah, like, I mean, the Activision stuff. You told me years before the Activision thing happened, the Naughty Dog stuff. Talking, hey man, they're strolling Naughty Dog. Told me about that, like, and then
what about
Hellblade? You're like,
what about all the Disney stuff that you're starting to figure out about now?
I was just gonna say that. I'm gonna reiterate it when we talk about this whole leak stuff, but. Yeah, and I was telling him, I said Don was right. I said that to Don and Pred. I mean, not to Don, to Ham and Pred and to somebody else. I said, man, Don told me this shit about what Disney do, and I was like, man, this is right here right there, right in our face. So I was like, if anybody's saying that these leaks aren't real, nah, Don already peeped me on game on this shit. So yeah, no, your track record is damn impressive, I will have to say. But one last thing about the VGAs, I just want to, because we dogpiled on it,
Yeah.
but I do feel that it's necessary because we need it now more than ever. There's definitely changes that needs to happen, but I was happy to see all these announcements of good games, not only for just Xbox, but for because Xbox stole the show for sure. But just for everything else that's coming. And I mean, there was the most of the stuff that they showed was just impressive, from the indie stuff
Okay.
to some of the big titles. But yeah, to me, the big showpiece um was Hellblade 2. And then my last point, and then I'll let you close it off on this, is I was very highly impressed by two things with the VGAs, and this was one, that a game that a RPG, a PC RPG, won the game of the year, where the media has always tried to shun and push away and say, well, they need to go to more hack and slash stuff. That's why you see the stuff with Final Fantasy and how they try to make their games be more like a hybrid of Devil May Cry with some RPG elements, to a game that is a pure RPG, a tactical game, beating Zelda and beating out Alan Wake. That was pretty impressive. And my last point was seeing how I thought Nintendo was going to clean house, and they got pushed around a little bit. I was very, very impressed with Alan Wake, kind of making things, throwing wrenches in the category. So it just kind of shows that at least there is some movement where people are a little bit more um cognizant of things outside of the wheelhouse, instead of always talking about the same type of games or the same type of games winning. Your thoughts, bro?
Well, and I've said this before. Genres never die, right?
Yeah.
They get overshadowed by what's popular at the time, and then next thing you know, someone makes a really good one in that genre that we haven't gotten in a while, and people are like, what? It's one of those sort of things. So those are things you should expect. You're talking about I can't remember the name now. What's the name?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3. And and that was the one with the controversy with how polished it was, and then unfortunately some of my peers were saying don't expect that with every game, sort of thing going forward, right? When there's a free market and when people recognize it, it creates a demand. And so instead of fighting against it, you should take a note. And I know where they're coming from, and I know everyone took it a little bit wrong, and they didn't really, I feel like, word it the best, because a lot of it's from a publisher standpoint. The publisher puts a lot of pressure on to release a product. Like the developer, they can tell them that something's ready or something's not ready, right? But at the end of the day, it's the publisher's call, and that's what they were trying to kind of convey in regards to that. But the reality is, Baldur's Gate kind of steers the conversation to, hey, if we can get the studios to be more financially independent and less beholden by the money hats by other people, then you'll get other products like Baldur's Gate. Not necessarily the same game style, but you get where I'm going with that. It's a passionate game that, it wasn't following a trend, obviously. It was just doing the type of game that they wanted to do, and it shows. And time and time again, that sort of thing is what gamers respect. Like, when you make a game, that's the game you want to make. It comes through in the product, and people gravitate towards that. In regards to that, and I don't want the same rinse and repeat mechanics in every single damn game. Like, you can borrow some stuff here and there. You can pull inspiration from other games and other genres, but at the end of the day, no. So I'm glad it got its shine. I think that's, me too. I think that's awesome. Then again, Baldur's Gate's not a game I'm even interested in, right?
Right.
But doesn't mean it can't find its audience. It doesn't mean people can't enjoy it. And then and then I can share the enjoyment just through a proxy in regards to that. Now, if you say it was the best game ever made, or any, you start going talking out of pocket, I'd be like, oh, yeah,
then we can
you
kind
lost
of
me.
pump the brakes on it.
You
Yeah.
lost me. But if you
It,
enjoy it and it was your game of the year, I get it. In regards to that, and so yeah, I think
it's
that's
very detailed.
yeah.
It's very detailed. I mean, I played about 7 8 hours of it, and it is it's a very detailed, like story heavy story driven game. Of course, because of your consequences, and then the combat. I dig those type of games. It's very fun. But even when you're in a fight, the decisions that you make, hinders a lot of things. And I'm like, wow, like the deepness of the game is what kind of grabs me. And then, like, with the consequences, if you want to try to risk it all on something, and it does this little random dice roll, and like your fate is right there with on that dice roll, and I'm like, what? And there's a few times I got lucky, there's some other times that I didn't, and then I had to, like, whoa, fight for my life, or have to make another decision, or make a decision that I didn't want to. It's very, very, very compelling. I see why it won, for just the little small stint that I played of it.
Yeah, so I mean,
Personally, yeah.
so I'm glad that stuff like that gets recognized.
Yeah.
But I think that game got
Yeah.
recognized regardless of the Game Awards. People were talking about that game.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
And
Yeah.
so, and rightfully so. So, like, they worked hard and they executed, and good on them.
Yeah, and it's a small studio too. Like, that's what's the other impressive thing about
well,
it.
I think that's the future, right? I think these studios are way too inflated. That leans into people talking about people losing their jobs. Like, look, that's sad, right? But opportunities are gained by doing that as well. If that makes any sense, that's the fire that will forge some of the best creators in that space, because they can be a smaller team, a more cohesive vision of a game, right? That's the byproduct of a smaller team, right? So you have less infighting, less people want to take it all these different types of directions, right? But you have enough people to give a diversity of I would say game design elements in order to make a game unique and special. So, and then you don't have as much overhead, so these games don't cost as much, so you don't have to sell as many, right? So it's a lower risk in regards to that. And we're going to talk about certain games that haven't been profitable yet. And and obviously they're incredibly talented people, but guess what? If you plan your vision correctly and you have a certain amount of stuff, it could have been more profitable right off the bat.
Right.
In regards to, but every time you start adding more people to the cookie jars, it's a problem. So, like, a lot of times when people are talking, like when people are complaining about AI and stuff like that, like these studios there's too much inflation of labor in these studios. It's a problem. There's too much labor at these studios, and they're not always the most proficient when you start having that many people. In regards, it's kind of a brute force solution to a problem in order to get something out at a certain time frame, but those time frames don't matter as much. The holiday time frame doesn't matter as much. Games can sell in the off season now. That's been proven. In regards to that, so, like, yeah, the future is smaller teams. The future is you have to wear more hats, whatever your specialty is in game development. And the future is bring on publishers later on in the process, not early, later.
Right.
And you will get more games like Baldur's Gate in every genre.
Yeah, no, I totally agree on that. I think that's not only the future, but that's yeah, we'll get into it. It's pretty wild of what I've been reading in those leaks, and kind of like how everything is being placed. And yeah, we'll get deeper into that. Okay, but I did have one more thing I wanted to ask you from the VGAs, and that was the reveal of Blade. Your thoughts, because it's pretty wild. Like, there's a lot of Marvel characters But to see that one is going to be Blade, and Arcane is going to make the game. It's not going to be, someone else within the Xbox ecosystem. It's going to be Arcane, which also we know that it's not Arcane Austin, but it's still all of Arcane's got a stigma behind, Redfall. Your thoughts about that?
Um. Well, I don't want to see a bunch of Marvel games. I don't want to see a crap ton of DC games. Doesn't mean I won't like to play one every once in a while, if that makes any sense. But I don't feel like it's the right direction for the industry to go. And what I mean by that is, look at the movie industry. Who dominates the movies, regardless if they're on a downward decline or not? It's Marvel movies. It's Marvel shows, right? And that's the majority of what we're seeing still, even though it's declining to some degree. I don't want to see, because gaming was the last bastion of new IP in I would say geek culture. And, if we saw the same level of, say, like a generation back, the same level of success that Marvel has had with the films in the game industry, last generation, it's probably new IP that we would never have gotten in that mix. And I just don't want that. And I have a feeling, I'm afraid, is that we may go that direction. Plus, they're not very profitable games most of the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
For Disney, they are. For everyone else involved, it's hinging a lot on an IP, and also you don't have the same level of creative control. Disney supersedes that. Like, they're more on hand than they ever have been with any other properties they have been in the past. So,
yeah. Okay, but do you feel like Arcane can make a proper Blade game?
Sure. I don't see any reason why they couldn't. In regards to that,
Yeah,
I mean, I thought the last game they made was probably my biggest. If we talk about biggest disappointments, it would be that. It would be
Redfall.
Redfall. And people say it plays good now. No, it doesn't. I tried it. It doesn't.
You didn't. I think I played it once they did the patch.
On the controller, it plays awful. It's one of it's one of my least first person shooters I've tried this year. In regards to, because it has this thing where it kind of snaps, like when you rotate, and it's annoying as hell. And so it really affects the way the game aims and handles, and it just didn't like it, didn't enjoy it. But just because they have one dud doesn't mean all their other future projects are going to be duds. You know what I mean? Like, how many times do you have your favorite music artist release a dud on their album, but the rest of the album's fire, right? So that's just how it is with development. You give enough money and time and resources. I really feel like any game developer is passionate enough, they'll make a good game. But it's really usually an issue of money and time and resources. Yeah, in regards to that. So if they give enough money, time, resources, it can be a good game. I just don't think it's going to be very profitable for Microsoft. I mean, the one caveat that Microsoft has is Game Pass. That helps out in the long term. So,
yeah, I don't. I'm very excited about it. I'm cool with having as many Marvel games as you want to come out as possible. For me, of course, because it's my childhood. Seeing corny Justice League cartoons and Marvel cartoons and corny TV shows of not the cartoons of He-Man and Transformers and stuff like that, but when the movie, the live action movies, He-Man was awful. It was great as a kid to see it, but when you go back and try to check it out back from the 80s,
it's a cult 80s classic, right? Like if you want that nostalgia of 80s, what 80s movies were, you enjoy it for that factor. You don't enjoy it because it's a masterpiece or
I could go back and watch Cobra and be absolutely entertained, or I could watch Beverly Hills Cop, which is actually coming back again, which is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I actually I
enjoy
just
that.
watched that series again.
Yeah.
Because of it.
See, and you can feel that. Yeah, but I can't go back to watch He-Man. I did it, and then I'm like, yo, this is awful. But so when you see these movies and live action movies, and people are so critical about them now, stuff like, I'm like, and I know that there's mostly a lot of younger audience that and that they expect some type of excellence with everything. But if you're not familiar with these characters like that, and if you could go back in time and just go and look, what you can go to YouTube and
Yeah.
look at old shows and things like that, and then look at how those things were of Wonder Woman with Linda Carter, which beautiful woman, and it was great at its time. But if you sit there and try to watch a few episodes of Wonder Woman, and then you go and look at Wonder Woman the movies, even though I thought that the last Wonder Woman movie was absolutely horrid, it was still better than
Yeah.
than some of the Wonder Woman TV show
I
episodes. So
I hear you.
yeah. See, so that's my thing. And so with the game itself, I'm looking at it as just like, man, Arcane's going to bring a different art style to it, the concept art, and that doesn't really always um, goes with what the game is going to actually look like. But the atmosphere of where the game is going to be, it's going to be set in Paris, which I can hear the bass and drum of the techno music in my head, and I'm already want to bounce like doom doom, and there's just the atmosphere of just that culture, and Blades out there in those alleyways and fighting vampires and whatever. It's going to me, I think there's so much potential in it, and I think that even though I know that you don't want to see a lot of Marvel games pop out there, I felt that Xbox needed to bring some sort of superhero game. I think that if you bring a
Well,
Deadpool
the
or
problem
Punisher
the
or
problem is
Daredevil, you'll be all right.
every IP that you don't own, you bring
Right.
into the conversation, right? You bring
Right.
resources and all that sort of stuff. You take away from
Mhm.
the opportunity for a new IP to pop off.
Oh
Right?
yeah, no, yeah. After seeing how Disney operates, oh yeah, no doubt. They're gonna they're getting the bag.
So my point is, would I rather have a new breakout IP like a Gears, a new breakout IP like Halo? I mean, these are staples, right? Or breakout IP like a Forza, or like those sort of things. We're going to be talking about the Insomniac leaks, but the reality is, Spider-Man 2 is the reason why didn't make another Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive has got shelved indefinitely because of that game. I'd rather have as much as Spider-Man's great, I'd rather have a Sunset Overdrive too, because it's new and it's refreshing. If you get where I'm going with that, right? And it would be a PlayStation-owned product, and so I would either have to wait for on PC or buy a PlayStation in order to do it, right? I'd rather have those experiences. I'd rather have new IPs instead of just recycling the same stuff over and over and over again. And there's always going to be an exception. There's always a character people are fond of or whatever it may be. But I want new IPs. I really do want new IPs. And I think gaming's the only place that shit's coming from. It's not coming from... Definitely not coming from Hollywood. You know what I mean? What's the newest IP we've gotten from Hollywood?
Well, I was Rebel Moon.
Well,
Rebel Moon.
We'll see if
looks pretty
we'll see
damn
if
good.
see if it sticks around.
Tomorrow,
right?
I get to see it. Yeah, it comes out today or tomorrow. Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it sticks around. I would say the only thing we've really got in more recent years is Avatar.
Oh, in Avatar, yes,
right,
that is
right.
true.
It's an IP that toys are sold under. I think probably there's comics. I don't know if there are or not. There's amusement park rides about it. There's video games now made of it, right? Like, because it's a new IP, right? Like, but I want to see that sort of thing happen in the game space. I want to see new IPs show up there, and then maybe branch out from there, because if we stop learning how to take risk and making new IPs in games, so like that's a sadder future for me. That just not. I mean, it doesn't mean I won't play games, I won't try out those games, but it's not necessarily a future I'm as excited about. So.
Well, no, I get your point on that. Like, because for and it is there's a lot of rinse and repeat with movies. I mean, they're making a White Man Can't Jump movie, and I'm like, why?
I thought it
Like,
was a show.
I thought it was
It's
a
already.
movie, but
I thought it was a show. It's already out.
yeah, I have no interest. Just like the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, even though there was people that told me it's really, really good, I don't have no interest. I want to see something. I feel you that like within Hollywood and stuff like that, that I want to see Rebel Moon. I'm more intrigued in like these live action anime movies that live action animes that they're bringing out, like with One Piece and stuff like that. I'm interested in that. But
because
yeah,
it's
no,
fresh for
you
you,
don't
right?
it's fresh for me, but
Yeah.
I see what you're saying with video games. But see, like for if if Xbox get into this whole Marvel thing to compete with or the DCU with Sony, then you won't have as many devs working on a game like High Five Rush, which was an absolute hit. That was just nailed it.
Yeah.
And other IPs like Cocoon and stuff like I get what you're saying on that. I don't want video games to turn into what Hollywood has turned into for the most part. I mean, hopefully Hollywood will get back to being more original with a lot of their shows. But we'll see.
The
That's a
free
whole other
market will
topic for a whole
dictate
other
it. Like
day.
as they fail,
Yeah.
like
Oh, yeah.
they'll
They'll
learn
find
it.
out.
They'll have to see where the
Yeah.
market's going, and they'll figure it out. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just that's my fear, right? Like my fear is not of a crappy Marvel game, but a series of good Marvel games, right? And then people start chasing that, and want to continue to chase that, and then that just robs us from new IP. That's how I look at it in regards to that. And there's a lot more flexibility. Like when people talk about like they use the diversity word and stuff like that, there's a lot more flexibility with new IP because no one has a preconceived notion of a character. You can make it whatever the hell you want. Just don't preach about it before you make the game, right? Because that always turns people off. Just say, hey, this is the character. That's all it is. This is the character. I mean, look at the new IP that Microsoft's doing with the what was it? The Cajun one. You know what I'm talking about.
Asian?
No, Cajun.
Oh, you talking South by Midnight?
South by Midnight, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
New IP.
Yeah.
New IP.
New IP.
New IP.
Yeah.
Regardless if I'm into that IP or not, it's a new IP, and I think that's good.
Oh, I'm so stoked for that. Lord.
But there's so much more stuff to explore, right? And I think if you want to make characters or not the same cookie cutter characters that we had before, and you wanted explore these other things, I think it's so much more acceptable and so much more easier with new IP. You start swapping characters around into what they're not, people go, what the hell are you doing, right? You like they tend to like, this is not the character I signed up for, right? So you have to handle, I think that you always have to handle what comes before you with respect, right? And then but when you do that, then it gives you the opportunity to either expand the universe and do different things or just do new IP altogether in regards to that. So I just want new IP. Like what new thing have I seen from Sony this generation? I can't think of a new IP. Great games.
Man, hold on. Let's think about it for a second. Hold on. Let's see.
What is first party that they've done that's a new IP? I mean,
Returnal.
if there's one, I can't think of it.
Returnal. And
is that first party?
Yeah, that's first party. They own that studio.
Okay.
It was the studio. It was the same studio that made. I don't know the actual name of the studio, but it was the same studio.
But I'd rather have more Returnals.
Nexus
is what I'm getting. Even with Microsoft, like I think we've seen a lot more new IPs. Some hit, missed. Of course, right? But that comes with the territory. You're gonna have hits and misses with that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I think there's also uniqueness, like when you make, like, say, the 8th in Uncharted, or you make the 10th Halo, right? The fan base is always split on all these different iterations, and so it becomes harder and harder to kind of unify the fan base that actually would buy that product into one large lump sell. So I think new IP is healthy for the industry as a whole. That's what I'm seeing. And I won't say like from a double standard standpoint that I wouldn't play those games. I just that's the stuff that gets me excited.
No, I get you on that. I'm excited for the character because I like Blade, but I think that it's just breath of fresh air. I think that Xbox needs not a whole bunch, maybe one or two more. Some of the more lesser known like Elektra or a lot of people know about Daredevil and Punisher, but and Deadpool, some out of those groups, out of that little, those category,
Yeah.
and then keep it pushing. Just keep making, new IP stuff like that. If they want to, now again, it doesn't always have to be Marvel. It could be, because Disney owns a lot of properties. It could be like what they're doing with Indiana Jones, with the rumors of the Mandalorian game, stuff like that. I'm cool with that because that's different variety that's going on from within the Disney universe, for what they own. So I'm all open to that. But yeah, no, the originality of making games like Starfield and stuff like that, which is absolutely incredible to me of how much they shun that game this year, is mind blowing, especially
That's
being a new
not
IP and
surprising to me.
everything.
Not
Uh,
surprising to me at all.
Okay. All
But I
right.
know
So
the
listen. So
audience.
before,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
So
before we get into Starfield and about that situation and your thoughts about it, do have to, and we don't have to be long about it, but the whole cancellation of E3 permanently. I mean, you was on board telling me about that as well. I fought
yeah,
to not believe you on that,
you got a little
and
red in the face.
yeah, 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 yeah. No, and
Yeah, tested our friendship. I
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, but it hurt. It hurts. I really, because to me that was one of the, and I know this is going to sound strange me saying it, but this would seem like to me one of the last places to where you can go and just be a gamer and not have to worry about the console war or the console war bullshit. And E3 was so special, and it's something that'll last me for the rest of my life, for those couple of years that I went, just to be involved into amongst my peers that plays games, and then talking with people that were PlayStation diehards and Nintendo diehards and Xbox diehards and PC and we're just talking, and then how so many devs were so inviting and wanting to talk to you and be so cool. Now, of course, there were some assholes there, and then but for the most part, everybody was just more uh together, and I will miss that more than anything, and I hope that we can get more of that. Like, but what do you think that was the reason why E3 um failed at the end? Went away
Didn't
with the dodo bird.
didn't evolve fast enough. By the time you start
Mm,
going, they already missed the boat. Um, I keep this around. I don't know if you guys see this. 1999. That's
mm,
how long I've been going. Actually, earlier than this, but um, I've been to E3 when it was the exhibitors,
mm.
industry professionals setting up meetings, talking.
Mhm.
It was really weird. A lot of like the booths were set up, and then they had like a second story of the booth that like it's like the overlords that look over all the gamers.
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy.
Right. Like that's always been kind of a layout that's been at E3 for quite a bit. But I remember playing. My memories go back. Like I remember what's that? Cameo Elements of Power. I remember when that was originally scheduled to be on a GameCube, and it was owned by Rare. It never released on GameCube. I played it on GameCube. I actually played that game on that, but then it moved over to Xbox 360 because they bought Rare, right?
Yeah.
I remember playing Eternal Darkness when it was on N64.
No,
Never
that was
released
such
on
a
N64, released on GameCube, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I remember before, and keep in mind, before the internet, before us talking online, right? I remember playing Smash Brothers at E3 before E3 started, because I had an exhibitor badge, which means he can go in, like, basically people that are setting up booths and stuff like that. You have access to your booth and stuff like that. Before the media is allowed to kind of do a lot of stuff, and a lot of the other industry professionals, like storefronts and stuff like that, buying stuff, because you as a gamer weren't allowed.
Right.
But you had a GameStop, like a store like a GameStop, you had permission to go. You worked in the industry, you had permission to go. You know, I was doing a lot of freelancing stuff, trying to break into the industry. That's how I got in. But I remember playing before the E3 started. I remember playing what was that Nintendo game with was it Brawl? Not Brawl. Brawl was the later versions of it.
Oh, Melee.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I forget.
When you talk about the fighting game for
the fighting
Nintendo?
game. Yeah.
Smash Brothers.
Smash Brothers. So I remember playing the original Smash Brothers.
That's crazy.
The original Smash Brothers on N64.
That was Brawl or Melee. I can't remember.
I can't remember what variant it was. But anyways, it was the original Smash Brothers. The name was escaping me early on. I remember playing that, and coming after I came back from E3, trying to explain to people, keep this in mind, before any Smash Brothers ever existed, Nintendo has got this banger. And they're like, what's this banger? It's a fighting game. Nintendo has a fighting game? Yeah, Nintendo has a fighting game. You play Mario, you play Zelda, you play all these Nintendo characters all against one another. They thought I was full of it. Like, it didn't, this game didn't exist, right? And then, a month later, it hits the magazine shelves, right? People are like, is this the game you're talking about? Yeah, that's the game. That game's fire. Try that out when it comes out, right? And, I remember those memories. I remember when I got objectified by a booth babe when I was there. They're on a Nintendo booth where, so when Perfect Dark was a new product and it hasn't come out yet, I was at E3, and they had these gals that were dressed as, basic, like a jockey that rides a horse sort of thing. They have the tight white pants, and they had the little whip thing. Yeah. This girl kept smacking me. She even gave me her number. So that happened at E3. Back before booth bays were considered controversial. Yeah. Now those poor girls have to go on OnlyFans. Like they could have worn just an outfit that they felt comfortable in, gone to E3, but now they got pushed out, right? So, but I remember, and that was at a Nintendo booth. I remember those situations. I remember being in a bus when Xbox One was, announced, and they had those all playable on their dev kits and stuff like that, and listening to other people who work in the industry, taking the shuttle back to our hotel that's nearby, and talking about how, Xbox won't even finish the generation. Now we're here, right? So
we're here, yeah.
So I remember seeing all that stuff at E3. I remember meeting Tony Hawk's son and wife at E3. I remember there's so many memories at E3 because I go back. I mean, it's not something that I just did when you did it. And the problem is there's always been a demand from the gamer's perspective to be involved in E3. So the cost kept going up on E3, getting more and more expensive for the people that want to get their product out there. And then you have media outlets complaining about being too crowded. They had competition. Too bad they have competition, right? And then E3 said, screw it, we're getting their money anyways. And so they opened it up to the public, in regards to the reality is they did it 5 years too late. I think they would have weathered the storm if they had they started 5 years earlier. I really do. But
by including the fans.
Yeah, fans.
Yeah.
They were 5 years off, I think, honestly, from that. They would have weathered the storm of COVID and all the other stuff and all the.
I heard, I've gotten other people's perspective by saying that that was what killed E3 was not letting the fans come in. I mean, by bringing the fans in.
No,
Okay.
no, more money.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah,
it's more money.
it's more money. It brought on the people that make that argument are the people that are media outlets. Why? Because they don't want competition.
They don't want
It's
competition.
that glass ceiling we're talking about again, right?
Because I seen how some, because most of the people that were assholes was media. That was crazy.
They hate you.
Yeah.
They hate the fact that you have one of these in your pocket. They hate that. They hate the fact that you and I are talking and we game on a regular day basis. If they saw what I was working on, they would hate you for it. How many things I've talked to you about things that gives you a better understanding of what's going out there? We were just talking about it, right? And it's not meant to be like a pat myself on the back sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
They hate the fact that you have access to that. That I'm willing to tell you these things. Anyone that's willing to listen. They hate that. Right? Because it delegitimizes their point of reference, right? Like their position of authority to the gamer. So they hate that. And so they claim that ruined E3. No, it didn't ruin E3. The problem is the venue didn't get big enough, like the space. It was an issue. And maybe people make the argument when you brought everyone in because the space wasn't big enough. But the space wasn't big enough for the exhibitors anyways. That's always been an issue, right?
Yeah, I could see that.
Way back in the day. Yeah, so that's always been a problem. And so you stack on the fact that there's not enough room for exhibitors. EA doesn't show the things the way they want to show it. It's not, it's not cost prohibitive, so they go somewhere else, right? But they hold it during E3, if you get where I'm going with that. And, same thing with Microsoft. Like, they weren't, I think Phil was on the board on a lot of E3 decisions. And that's how he got approval to do it at the Staples Center, I believe.
No, it's the Microsoft Center. Yeah, the Staples Center is right next to.
That's right next there. Yeah. So, but that little, I call it like the little mall area, right outside of the LA Convention Center. But you get where I'm going with that. Like, that's the reason why he got permission to be able to hold it in a location, not in one of the main halls. In regards, why? It's space. Space is a problem, right? So.
Yeah, and especially with Xbox, they used both floors in the Microsoft Center. It's called the Peacock Center now, but they used both floors. It was crazy.
Yeah, so my point is this. It was too small of an area for the growth of the industry. They gatekeep the gaming community way too long in regards to that. Because if you're a company and you had, say, 5 more years of profitability that you can track back to E3 by bringing in the gamers in there, how's that change your outlook when you dealt with COVID? You would have had more numbers to go off of the effect of going to E3 versus not being at E3. And in a lot of ways, I think that would have presented a much better case in regards to that. So the venue location was a problem. They did it out of necessity because of proximity to a lot of developers here in North America. But make them take an hour flight. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Right. Go to Vegas. There's a lot more accessibility as far as space goes. To hold up the E3 even bigger. There's a lot more space to house everyone that's there. Believe it or not, it's a safer place than a lot of hotels in the LA area. You have to kind of know your way around LA to do all that sort of stuff. It's just easier to navigate with Vegas. I think Vegas was the solution. 5 years earlier was the solution. And even though, like, if you're on the side of taking extra precautions with COVID or not, Vegas could have held the convention much sooner than they could have held it in LA. because of all those regulations, and that would have kept it alive too. So people who want to risk it for the biscuit sort of thing, they could have done that. People that want to stay home, it would have just been a lull year, but it would have kept it going if that makes
going, right.
if that makes any sense. So that I think that's just really the downfall of E3. They were making decisions for the now and not decisions for the future at the right times. And so yeah, now an Icon's done. It's gone.
Yeah.
We're not gonna we'll get something different in regards to that. What that will be, I don't know.
The one thing, and I've said this before, and I agreed wholeheartedly about the Vegas thing, because just think about that. That's the grown-ups playground. In E3 is a grown-ups event. So, the little parties and stuff and private events that I've been through, they were all adult oriented, and bars where we're drinking and stuff like that. Just think of what that would have been like being on the Vegas Strip. Oh my God.
Well, and
you know what I mean? So
remember
so
the first year
do.
I told you Vegas should have been the better venue, and you're kind of like, whatever. And then the second year, I think after you went to E3, those wheels start turning, right? Like, okay,
yeah.
I see where he's coming from on that. And if you pick another location, I don't care. It just has to have enough space for the exhibitors. So
right,
EAs and the Sonys and the Microsofts and be reasonably priced. So.
Yeah, and another thing that I also felt that was necessary for E3 was to go to different venues across the country to get other people involved into E3 other than just being in California. You know what I mean? Because there's all types of for like people in we're out in in the Mid-South where I'm at. Of course, I mean, it would be
Texas,
fantastic to have E3 in Oklahoma, but Texas is just 3 hours. Dallas, Texas is just 3 hours away from Oklahoma City.
Well, Texas wouldn't have been bad though, because it's central.
Yeah.
Like so
right.
then it's not like a PAX east-west sort of thing. Like it literally is one central location for as you're including everybody. And oh no, you have a 3-hour flight instead of a 1-hour flight from San Francisco. Big deal. Big deal. Like seriously.
Big deal.
Like and those people that complain that they're media outlets, guess what? They fly to Germany for Gamescom.
That's right.
They fly to Germany for Gamescom, right? Like I don't want to hear it. Like it's just it's silly. So
yeah, it is very silly, and that's to me where the problem, like you said, I thought where that was another problem is that like Vegas would have been like be the new hub, be the new home. Like once if you feel like but every other year or something of that nature, go somewhere, go to Texas, go to Florida, go to Atlanta, go somewhere East Coast, if not New York, or go to Chicago, go to Seattle. Like they're like journey around to where gamers that have not experienced E3 has an opportunity to get in it, and you would bring a culture, you would bring a new element of people that would be willing to spend the money to come out there, and then of course it's just like you said, that was it. There's really nothing else to say except that they waited too long to make the right decisions.
So do you have any other insight than me? Because obviously, like I'm always going to be coming from my experience, right? But is you coming in later on? Is there anything that you thought of that maybe that they should have implemented that's different than I said? I mean, that's what I'm curious about.
I think that the only thing is like just to go to a different venue across the country, like move it. That's the only thing, because like you said, it did seem more compact, especially like when when you go to and you got to travel to go to EA, and EA was in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Then you had to travel to go to over there to Inglewood, or close to Inglewood, to get to the Bethesda event. Then you had to travel to Square Enix event. Then, and then Sony had a private event. Sony was there, but Sony had a private event where only certain people could go to. And
certain personalities, certain investors. They didn't want, they want to control everything.
Right. So yeah, so no,
Yeah.
I think that would be the only thing. Like, move it to Vegas. That's the gamers playground. And slowly implement to do that, and then figure out other ways to be sustainable by bringing in more people to come, and that would be to travel to different places. Like, go, of course, go to the big cities first, and then if it kicks off, which I think it would have, then start thinking about maybe like, okay, well, we went to Texas, Atlanta, Florida, New York,
So are you?
Chicago, whatever.
So when you're
Go
saying
to
these,
Kansas City, go to Wyoming, try to make it just different.
so when you're saying all these different cities, right?
Yeah,
In regards to that, you're not saying in the same year. Like 1 year do Atlanta, 1 year do
Yeah.
Texas. Is that what you're saying,
Yes.
or are you saying
Yeah, that's what I'm
multiple
saying.
venues in the same year?
No, 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 no. Once a year, move to a different.
Okay.
Let people know. Yeah, hey, we're gonna go. We in Vegas for 3 years, right? It's been fantastic, but we want to show appreciation to the fan, and and journey to you. So we're going to be in Atlanta in 2027. We want you to get there. Give a 2 year advance notice to get people excited. And see how that worked. And then after that, if it worked, then you think about, well, okay, the next year we're going to go to Dallas, Texas, and then the year after, and then after the year after that, like, hey, we're going to go all the way to the East Coast. We're finna go to New York, or we're finna go out here to Florida. Even something that to me is what was missing, because the people that wanted to go, the one things that they were like, there was people that's afraid of flying. There was people that didn't want to drive that far. The expenses of like, because California is not cheap.
Well,
So like, what I'm saying, and it's
the place is also
it's a whole bunch of
intimidating.
things, right?
Like if you're not familiar with LA,
Yeah.
it can be really intimidating,
Boy.
right? Like you can go
Boy.
you can go
My
one
first year,
area,
like, holy
you
shit.
go one area, you're like, what the hell? What neighborhood am I
Yeah.
in? Right? Like what neighborhood am I in? Right? So, hey, thanks for Sir X-Men and Kat jumping in the chat. I appreciate it, you guys. A little bit of a long one. King Maker, old man talking, reminiscing about the past,
Right.
about gaming. But like I feel that way about a lot of this stuff. Like I think they made the moves too late. It's a case of that. I think that's the biggest thing that they suffer from, and as gamers, I think we all paid the price in regards to, and I will say this from a development standpoint of view, and talking with my peers, like they talk about burnout. One of the biggest things that helps prevent burnout, like, because people don't understand, like people just think it's at my desk and I worked long hours and I fell asleep on my keyboard. Sometimes it's not. You were working so close, and you work on our project, and you're doing all these small increments, right? You're doing all typically like these deadlines you have. What a lot of people don't understand is you're so close to the picture, you don't see that progression where you ended up at. Does that make sense? Like, you're just in the same daily grind. You have a vision. You're trying to execute on the vision. But I think the reason why when you talk to other people, you've talked to people in the industry, and you're chatting with them, and they're so excited to talk to you, because that gives them that vitamin B shot as a developer. It makes them go, oh, all this damn hard work actually has a payoff. Now I don't have to deal with some angry person online. I'm dealing with an actual person that has a smile that he can't fake in front of me playing a game. And I think that helps so much.
It does. It helps out a lot.
Sir X-Men, sometimes you get it wrong, but you get this one right. Right.
Yeah. Sir X-Men batted 1,000, and I have to give him credit for it, because we're about to get into the meat and potatoes of this
conversation.
Podcast, but we might as well get into it right now. Well, no. We'll get to it.
Well, we got a lot to cover. So I mean,
we got a lot to cover.
This is, hate to tell you guys, this is the last podcast of 2023 of Devin the Gamer.
Yeah.
But
So
we'll
we'll
be
make
back
this a
next year.
memorable.
We'll be
Yeah,
back
we'll be
next
back
year.
for sure.
So
So yeah, okay. So before we get into the leaks and,
okay.
and break that whole crazy scenario down, I do want to ask your thoughts about the situation with Starfield.
Okay.
And you've had plenty of time to play on it. Um, it was the most talked about game of 2023. Um, it is so divisive because there's so many people that love the game, but there's so many people that say they can't stand the game. It's really weird because for the people who say they can't stand the game, you look at their hours that's played, it's 40 hours plus, but then they're like, I hate this game. How could you play something that you despise? I have no idea. The media constantly, still to this day, is talking about Starfield and is usually in a negative light. Your thoughts about Starfield so far, and which way are you aligned from the people that that says this is the game of the generation? Is it, or is it just nah? This game is nothing that I would never play this game again once I beat it.
Well, it's hard to judge for me, right?
Hmm.
I always try to get outside of my comfort zone of gaming, of what I enjoy, to challenge myself on things and give things a fair chance. And Starfield's that game for me. I I don't like the Fallout series. I do not like Skyrim, um, Oblivion. Don't like any of those games. And Starfield was that attempt. I'm gonna give it an honest shot. I don't like the art direction. That's a big one for me. It just didn't have a universal appeal. But I'm like, look, a lot of people are excited about this game. It is Bethesda. I am missing something that people are enjoying with their games. I'm gonna give it an honest shot. And I definitely lean towards liking the game. In regards to that, I don't think I will go back and play any other Bethesda style RPG games. Like it hasn't won me over like that. But I am enjoying it. In regards to that. Now, there's things interesting. Like more and more I play the game, I'm like, oh, this is built exactly like games as a service. As you start playing certain things in the story, they want you to play it over and over again. And as they introduce stuff, they're gonna fill out more, right? You can't judge the game on what they planned, but you can tell that's what they're doing. In regards to that, I like the fact that even though there's some wandering and that sort of thing, there's an element to go straight to what your task is. Does that make sense? You can cut out all that, like getting lost sort of thing. I like that element, but I think that's the same reason why a lot of people dislike it. Oblivions and other things like that. They like that more expanding and exploring. But when you have a whole entire planet, you can't do it for a whole planet. It would be a whole lot of nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I feel like for me the game's a solid 7. If you say it was the best thing I played this year, no. In regard is the best Bethesda RPG I played ever. Yeah, I'll give it that. But there's the same reasons why I like it. I see why other people don't. In regards to that. And then again, I beat my own drum on that sort of stuff. I don't really care what these people that complain about playing video games. Their opinions. I care about what I spent my money on and if I like it or not, and I do. In regards to that, so some of the dialogue stuff annoys me too. Takes a little too long. A little bit of like, hey, talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to Space Karen for the 10th time over. Tell me about some story about something I don't care about. Can I just move on to the next thing? So there's a little bit of that makes I find annoying. But overall, the product's good in regards to that. So
Yeah. Um, it's my most played game in 2023. I when it came to the games that was going to be what I felt what should have been nominated for Game of the Year, I still feel that High Five Rush should have been nominated. Um, I would not have been mad if Starfield was nominated. But I felt like for me, my experience overall, High Five Rush was such a pleasant surprise. I thought that that was the better game for Xbox this year for me. With Starfield being second. But I I understand if there's people that wouldn't like the game because of like you said, the elements within it, getting lost. There's so much to do. Maybe you felt like one planet should have been had a lot more stuff in it than the other, or whatever the case may
Yeah.
be. But there's something about that game that is so compelling. It's so and I can't put my finger on it because I'm playing it and sometimes I'm like, man, this is a little repetitive right here. But I'm engaged. Like it's something new. It is so it's such a weird dynamic. I can't put my finger on it yet of what it is.
Yeah.
But then there's also parts where when you get into like the side quests and how fun those were. Like, I still haven't done the one with the bounty. I plan on doing that. That's going to probably be the first thing that I do.
Yeah.
Is get back to do the bounty.
Yobi, right?
Being the bounty hunter. Huh?
Yobi, that's Yobi's favorite mission. He told me when I was
Oh,
playing.
really?
Yeah.
Shout out to Yobi.
Earlier.
You know what I'm saying that
Before he goes to the internet.
Yeah. We know that you're out there lurking, brother. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing your thing, man. We got love for you. Merry Christmas, brother. But you, hope to see you when I bring Fight Night back here in the beginning of the year. But my thing is that the one that the mission that I did do was well, I did two of them, but the one mission that I just loved the most was the one where you were in the doing the corporate thing.
That's a Neon City area, right?
Yeah, going to Neon City and you go into doing the corporal stuff. I loved every bit of that. I was so excited about that. I mean, every bit of that was so that took me to Witcher-esque levels because of the dynamics of what was going in the story and what I thought that I could do and what things that I didn't do and the decisions that I made, things like that. It was really exciting. So for me, that's what makes the game special is all of the things that you can do within the game and the potential of where the game can go once they add more elements within it. So because like you said, it's like a live service game without the live service. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty wild. Like that's where single player games should be. It should be, to me, is that like,
yeah,
give us the main meal, but also bring the appetizers later. Don't give me the appetizer and then try to bring me the big meal later, or just give me an appetizer and say, well, this is the game here. I don't like that. I want a full-fledged experience. And that's why I'm always for open world games. I want to get my money's worth. If you want to charge me $70 for something, damn it, I want my money's worth. I don't want a weekend play of $70. I know some people do, but to me, I feel like that diminished what my hard-earned money. I want to have an experience where I'm just deep diving it and it's going to take me a little bit to get through. That's just my whole thing of it. And that's why I also love Starfield, is that it's so much stuff to do and there's so many variances that you have to go back and play it once you beat it. That's what makes, to me, a special game.
Well, what's interesting about games like Starfield is when you have such an open world, it's a catch-22. Like, at some level, it's upon the gamer to get the most out of that experience. So if you're the type of person that likes to go straight down the middle and don't like to do all the side quest type stuff, that's on you. Does that make sense? Like,
oh yeah,
so if you feel all this other stuff that's fluff and it's annoying you and that's all you're doing, then you're ruining your own experience by the decisions you're making. Does that make sense? They gave you all the tools to have the experience you want. Now, if you're somebody like you that likes to, he likes to have it like a buffet when
Right. Yeah.
when you're
Yeah.
gaming, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be told to go home, and you want unlimited times that you can come up to the that sneeze shield and get as much food as you want, right? So you want the buffet experience when you're gaming, so then again, it's up to you. You want to have that experience in regards to that. Like art styles have clashed before, right? Like when we played co-op games, when we played was that Ubisoft game. I can't remember my. I have a lot of things going on right now, so I can't remember the name of a lot of games right now. Tactical shooter. It was in the future. It looked like Elon Musk owned the island. I forgot what it was called.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're playing a tactical shooter. We accidentally finished the game. Right?
Because breakout.
Breakout?
Breakout. Breakpoint. Tom Clancy's game.
Yeah, you get where I'm going with that. So
yeah.
Anyways, but I accidentally finished the game. and you wanted to do all the side stuff. I'm like, damn it. in regards to that. So sometimes those things clash. Like that's fine. I think people should get whatever enjoyment you want to get out of a product. I think the one thing it would improve is a lot of times when you are like typically like a Ubisoft game, like Assassin's Creed is really good at this. Like within 5 minutes, typically you're engaged with something interesting in that open world. And with Starfield, it seems like about 3 times the distance. It's about like 15 minutes before something interesting will occur or gets you engaged or a waypoint you're trying to explore. So I have a feeling like if they kind of just tweak the formula and bring things just a little bit closer on those points of interest, I think that will engage people a lot more. It's a typical rule of thumb for open world game and open world game design to have those, things of engagement. Speaking of Starfield right now, it's playing right now in the background, right? In regards to that, and so I don't know. It's a beautiful, ugly game. Is the best way I can describe it.
Yes.
It's
Elden Ring-ish. It's Elden Ring-ish to me. It's like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is simple. Like in moments you're looking like these graphics is not it, and then there's moments where you get into a scene or an area where you see the world. Well, I forget what that tree was called, Elden tree or whatever.
Yeah,
and then you just see the leaves like, oh my god, it's beautiful. Or you get into the underground area and in like the underground city or whatever, and you're looking at the rock is looking like stars, and you just wow, just blows you away. Starfield did the same thing. Like graphically, it's not going to be on the same level as The Last of Us or something like that. But there's moments that just captivate you. That's like, oh my god, like if a sunset, and then you see a distant planet with the sunset, and then there's the whole, and how the rays are coming off it's beating off of the ground, and it's sometimes it's just absolutely breathtaking, and I had to take pictures of it because it was just incredible.
Well,
but then there's other times you're like, ooh,
it's beautiful.
That's not the best looking.
The way I would describe it is beautiful for a Bethesda game.
Right.
So
Great
like
point.
it's the Uma Thurman of video games. Like she ain't no supermodel, but she's kind of cute, right? Right?
Yeah, that's well said right there. That's well said.
Like that's the way I look at it. Is like Bethesda games are never been lookers. They never have been, right? But they have a lot of other special things going on with them, and I think they deliver on those sort of things, right? Like their game design is built around exploration. Like I don't know why I eat a ramen pack and I get 1 bar of health, 1 point of health, but that's their thing. That's what they do. Like that's how their games are built, right? Like, and people love them for it. And so, yeah, I think as long as it's better looking than your previous projects, and then that's kind of where we're at with a lot of games. And, not everyone has the same vision, and people are going to apply resources differently. So, it's beautiful for a Bethesda game. You played it on PC, right?
Which one? Yeah.
Starfield.
Starfield, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Played it on both. Yeah, on the Xbox and PC. Yeah, on PC, man, night and day. And also now since they added DLSS, uh, that puppy, that puppy's
So
pretty.
you're running at a lower native resolution and upscale is basically what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I played it mostly on quality mode through the, AMD thing. And,
Hmm.
I know that there was ways that you could like
You don't
implement
you don't have it.
DLSS through back channels. Go
Oh, you're
ahead.
talking about the. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. So
I
DLS
forgot what
is
that.
Nvidia's upsampling thing, but you're talking
Right,
about
upsampling.
you're talking about
Yeah, I was
using
talking about AMD.
AMD's upsampling system that works
Yeah,
on both cards.
right. And
Yeah.
I started it at first. I mean, it looked good, but I took it off and then I just played the game and like, put the upscale, upscaled it all the way as much as I could to, and then it locked itself at around like 55 frames per second. And
Okay.
so, and I was
Run
cool with it.
FreeSync basically.
Yeah, FreeSync. Yeah. And
Yeah.
so I was just like,
Okay.
okay, all right, I can work with this. And I played the game mostly at that. And then when they added the DLSS, I was like, okay, I'm at 100 and some frames per second. I get it, but I still want that boom, that quality that I was playing at before. So and then of course, like I said, I played it on the Xbox as well. But once you play it over there on PC at that, and seeing those visuals compared to that visuals, it was just different.
Well, what was
So it was
interesting?
different.
So I finally got a capture card that does HDMI 2.1 pass through.
Oh, okay.
Right, so you have the FreeSync options, you have the 120 options. You're not limited. 4K 120 with FreeSync. You can do all those things with HDR, right? That game runs above 30 when you apply FreeSync on the Series X. It runs at like 40. A lot of people don't realize that. So, but yeah, it's an interesting game. So you feel like it should have been, like in a fair world, you feel like it should have been something that was nominated at least?
Yeah, it definitely should have been nominated for Game of the Year. It sold extremely well. It hit all the categories. It rated high enough. It sold very well. You know what I'm saying, it won some awards, you know what I'm saying, got
People played it.
accolades.
People played
Yeah,
it.
people played it.
Yeah.
And it garnered as much as it's garnered more attention than any other game in 2023. So of course, yeah, it should be nominated. Did I expect it to win? No. Should it have won? No. Not. No, I agree with you on that. No. And like I said, I felt like High Five Rush was the overall better experience for me because of the shock and awe factor of it, and the game didn't have its quirks like Starfield.
It was
Even though
polished.
this was, yeah. Starfield is more polished than most Bethesda games by far, right? But High Five Rush was a different level of special when it came to like it was damn near perfect. Like no, I cannot remember any type of issue at all.
Put it this way, I
Maybe,
never had a
yeah.
patch that I noticed a difference.
Right.
Right? Like
And
they
that to
patch
me was
something,
special.
but it's not something, it's not something we get anymore.
You don't know what it is.
And
Right.
that's something we should have rewards for. Like most polished release product. That should be a thing. We should be praising developers that can execute on that because that's a special talent, special skill. So, but yeah, Hi-Fi Rush it was a fun little game, and again, not into rhythm games, but I enjoyed it for what it was. In regards, mostly because I don't have any rhythm. That's my biggest problem. So it's not the game's fault. It's more me. In regards to that. No, this year has been just. I feel like it's just been like there's been more stuff than I had time for.
No question.
And there's always things I wanted to play, haven't got a chance. Like, I also bought Street Fighter. Just little words up. I bought that.
Go.
I bought Street Fighter, and I bought Mortal Kombat.
Let's
So
go.
so
You damn sure gonna get Tekken. I know you're gonna get Tekken.
well, if they release that one character, yes.
Oh man. What one character? What character are you talking
I
about?
already tweeted it at you.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're okay. Yeah, you're funny. All right. Yeah. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
but no. Oh man.
yeah. So, anyways, I'm definitely playing those. I mean, I haven't had time to play them though. Like, I just picked them up, but I haven't had time. So, here we go. Perfect. Starfield's dope,
Oh
but
man.
what you get is moving the towers okay, wait a second. People.
Yeah, I'm hearing what he's
Because
saying.
then actually, I mean, here's the thing, like, that sort of stuff it's difficult, right? Like, I want the industry to be able to do whatever the hell they want. If they want to appease that, let them do it, right? But I think there are ways to do it in a more respectful manner for everybody. In regards to that, like, the only thing I saw was the pronoun stuff they pushed at the beginning. But
that's in in every game that comes out now.
they're pushing,
and
pushing it. But
yeah.
I find that annoying. Like, I get it. I find that annoying too. But the reason why I find it annoying is not that someone can't put a pronoun in a name bar, because there's nothing stopping them. It's not like they're going to block that if they want to put that in there, right? Is the fact that they feel like they have to introduce it. And, it's one of those weird things. You just don't have to do it. You just have female body type, male body type. You can choose whatever name. Like, games are built for people that, they're concerned about that sort of stuff. They can build whatever character they want to whatever they feel like they identify as, if you get where I'm going. And we've always had that in games. So, do you really need to do the pronoun thing right at the beginning, or are you just, if they want to put that in there, just let the character creator on the name, just let them put it in there. Just don't stop them from it. And I don't see how everyone is not included in that. So that's a weird one. I see where you go. It breaks me out of the thing. Like, I didn't act like there was heel versus babyface. He's a pretty big YouTuber, and he went on a rant, and that got shared around. A lot of people
that was silly.
A lot of people were talking about it.
Yeah.
I will probably never react like that.
Yeah.
But the
if
same
you don't
token,
like it, you don't like it.
Same token.
Think with your wallet.
Same token. I felt the frustration. Same reason for the frustration, because I don't need that. I don't need you pulled out of the world for that. But the same token, if somebody wanted to feel like included, do they have to do it that way to make them feel included, or were they doing it just to pat themselves on the back? And that's where
it could be both.
Yeah, that's where it becomes an issue, right? Like, you don't have to pat people on the back. You don't have to do that. Just, I mean, a character like, if you think about a character creator, people can be whatever the hell they want. They can be redhead, they can be tall, they can be short. We can have skinny Mega, we can have fat Dawn, right? Like, it just how, character creators are. So if you give the person,
hey brother, I'm slimming down, watch your mouth.
Yeah. I said you're about 20 pounds away from me fat shaming you. So you have to lose a certain amount of weight where I feel good about giving you a hard time about it. But anyways,
no, you sit there and give it. That's all right.
But I think there's a way to do it in a respectful manner for all sides, and I feel like there's not a lot of forethought that occurs on that, and there's a lot of feel like people feel like they're walking on broken glass about things, like in regards to that. And I feel like, I don't think that's a character creation should be somewhere there's any controversy. Just, you don't have to do that. Let people put if they want to put a he or sure.
Character creation.
Yeah, like
but that's the whole thing. Like, I mean, I get the whole I gotta correct Retro on something. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say this. You say this woke, you say this word woke. Know where that word really originated from before you just use these words that just popped into your culture, into the culture wars now. Woke is not what you think woke is. Woke originated from a black blues singer from the 1930s talking about people from the north coming to the south and the difference of what things are. He's like, stay woke. I've grew up. I'm 48 years old. I've been hearing the word stay woke, brother, stay woke, sister, all my life. And to have that word changed into this bullshit now. And listen, I'm not here to tell you how not to feel or not, but I do have a deep disdain of how people use the word woke today, which it has nothing to do with what it actually means. But with that being said, I you know, you I do agree that nothing should be forced upon us as gamers. And if you don't like it, then like I said, speak with your wallet.
Well,
Or
a lot of
man,
the
I just don't like the rants about what that dude said about like, yeah, it's not like people are taking over like that. But I think it's a little bit of both in the situation.
The problem is they're not honest about it up front. Right? A lot of times you already invest the money. So what I'm saying is,
yeah,
you know, like, okay, I don't agree with you. Who cares? Who cares if I agree with you or not? Like, that's not the problem, right?
Right.
Is there a way to approach this situation that you don't have to step on people's toes, regardless of what gamer's background? And then the answer is, yeah, you don't have to have that there. That, you know, it's just like a Twitter bio. It doesn't force you to do it, but people do it all the time, right? They put what they want to do on there, or what they want to express, or what they want to support, or whatever they maybe do. A name bar does that already. So everything that they wanted to do to express themselves have already existed in games before this game. And you don't need to bombard somebody with that sort of thing right off the bat, because gaming needs to be an escape for whatever that person is. It needs to be an escape. And then when you do that, it's not an escape.
But really, you don't think that that's an escape just for that little segment of it to when you're creating your character?
No, I'm not gonna go like on a rage fest or anything like that. But I find it annoying. I do.
Oh no, that's fine to feel it annoying about it. That's fine. I'm not trying to say, well, come on, guys, get over it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, well, does it really take away from your experience by just from stupid little pronouns?
But it sets the precedence. It does. Or like, okay, what else is going to be on this, right? You know, it's one of those sort of things. Like, people are not going to, like, here's the thing. Even though I don't agree with them, I want them to have a good time.
Right.
I don't want to take things away from them. I just want it to be approached in a way that your unique experience is your unique experience, and my unique experiences. And, you know, our worlds are not clashing at all, because there's no reason for our worlds to clash in that game. There's no reason for it. You can choose whatever voice, name, haircut you want.
But
why does it have to be there? Why does it have to be there?
Hold on. All right. Well, then we got to get into the weeds then, because then why would you want to put, people of color in games? Because there was at one point in time that you didn't see in adventure games people of color at all. Why would you want to implement, a guy in a dress, or a woman that's dressed like a boy, or to me, it's like there's a slippery slope. There's no question about it. But I feel that the broader that we get into gaming, the more people are included into it. Even the people that maybe look, we're old.
I'm gonna let you finish.
It may not apply to you. Oh yeah, it may not apply to you or to me, but it does apply to other people. And that's the thing about it, where I think that as gamers, especially if you have a different take on things, right? There are people that go by that. Am I confused by the he, she, we, them, they? Yeah, hell yeah. I don't understand that. I don't. Like, my wife has to educate me from because she got to deal with it for people at her job and stuff like that, because they want to be referred to like that. So in a sense, the way that the culture is today, it is something that is implied. And for those people who play video games, they want to be included. And as a person that feels like inclusion.
That's the problem with your analogy. They already are.
How, Don? How, Don?
Can you choose male and female? Can you choose male or female on the character creator on previous Bethesda games?
Right. But you couldn't. But at one certain time, you couldn't make a person that was, transgender, or a character that was homosexual. You couldn't do that at a certain time. and we
Technically,
can't avoid the fact that and we
technically
can't
on
avoid the fact
character
that there's
creations
people
have
that,
always had this. Is what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
But they're just
I
taking
got you, I
it. They're
got
taking
you,
it a
but
step further. Like I'm saying,
okay,
you want to take it a step further, and now you're stepping on the toes of a bunch of other people, right? And you want to look good in the people's eyes. That matters. That. But the reality is, you never look bad in the people's eyes in the first place, because you gave them the option to choose their gender, choose their height, choose all that sort of stuff, and you didn't have to force that on to other people that don't want to engage in that sort of language.
okay. So, but that's the thing,
But
right there.
it's really simple. It's not that complicated.
Well, but it is in a sense, because then you're talking about, well, because I don't like it, I shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be in there. And that's what I'm reading from, like, you know, from Doc. And and I disagree 1,000%, because I have had to see, only time that I've seen people of like me in a game was in sports. And you know what I'm saying? And so I'm playing as white women, as white men, as Asian men, women, you know, and then when we finally start getting characters of my ilk, you know what I'm saying, of that makes me feel, you know, that represents me, you know what I'm saying, I'm like, yo, and I've still seen people that say, well, you know, me and Don, we've had this conversation about Halo 5 and stuff like that.
It's a force ideology. That's the difference.
So Locke was forced. So Team Osiris was forced.
No, you're conflating the two. One's a force ideology, and the other one is character creation. Like it's a force ideology. That's what it is.
I just don't agree with that. I mean, we bump heads on certain things like this all the time. It is what it is. It's respectful, but it's still just like,
it's exactly that. But because
or don't buy it. Ignore it or don't buy it. That's the only thing.
Then fine, be upfront about it and don't lie about it.
Well, what did they lie about?
They didn't tell you that it has that sort of content in there. Are you gonna rate games in a very particular way so people know they can either support or not support it, or are you gonna find about it afterwards?
I mean, if we were talking about like a game like Hogwarts Legacy, I knew about the stuff that they were talking about before I bought the game.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
And that's why
but that's what I'm saying. So if that goes against someone's, you know, ideology, or it doesn't make that gamer feel comfortable, are you going to be upfront about it, or are you going to go, gotcha? Are you going to do that?
I don't know if that was the premise of why they just made the game. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like what we were talking about earlier is that, like, the woman that made the books should not, the developers who made Hogwarts Legacy should not be scrutinized because of what the woman said, you know, what the woman that makes the book said.
Yeah.
Period. Regardless if you agree with what she said or if you don't. Those are two different things.
Subjects,
right.
Yeah.
So like with Starfield, when you look and you see the he, we, she, them, they thing, that's the same thing. The developers is just making the game because there are people that identify themselves like that. It's not like and it's not like that is something that's forced on you. It's just a part of society, just like anything else that you or I might not like.
But the reality is people are pushing back in society, and society has pushed back on this before. Like, historically, if you look at the world, and historically you look at things, this has always come up, and it's always been pushed back. And you wonder why, like, when we're younger, you didn't see all that sort of stuff, or even before our generation. But if you go far back enough, you see it again, right? Like, here's the thing. I'm not promoting saying, hey, you should pick on people, or saying that you can't put the pronoun in their name. They can go do that. I don't care. I'm not going to even criticize them for doing that. Like, I don't care about that.
All right.
But I'm asking you to be just as respectful as somebody that doesn't agree with that. Don't project and push that stuff on me either. That's all people are asking for. And it's not an unreasonable request on a game.
But I don't know. But how do you fix that when there are people that are like that? I mean, like I said, it's I'm
not trying to fix somebody or fix somebody else. I'm just saying they can choose what they want to put in their name.
You're a developer. What would be something that they could do? Like, I mean, like, are you telling me that
make the name bar longer? Not that hard. That's all you got to do.
Okay. So you're saying, like, not have the not to have like just to skip. Okay, so have a little section to where it skips the he, we, she, them.
You don't
they,
even need to
right?
do it. That's the point of what I'm trying to say. In order to, because they're not excluded, is what I'm trying to say. Because if you remove that, they're able to still do the he or she if they want to put the pronoun in their name profile. Nothing stops them from doing that, right? Unless like the developer goes and blocks pronouns, which would be silly. I'm not promoting that. They can choose whatever body type, you can go female or male, if they want to do that, or they want to be character type 1 or 2, like people dance around it that way. There's nothing that stops them that allows them to do that. There's nothing that stops them for however they want to identify or how they view themselves from doing that by not putting that prompt in there. That's the reason why people are upset about it.
I listen. I sit there and I talk. I have to ask my kid. No. I just, because this is the thing for me as well, that I understand the point of view, but it's still outside of the reality of what it is. My kids understand it because like there was, okay, for instance, my mom is sick.
Yeah.
There was a transgender, and that was a weird thing because I think it was a woman transitioning to a man that was a nurse that came in there.
Regardless, I'm not going to try to figure it out because it's confusing. Naturally it is, and if you try to figure it out, you usually going to get it wrong. So
and the person was very nice, right? Like there was no, but I said thank you, ma'am, because and then my son was like, that's and I forgot what the terminology was. And I said, well, I don't know that. And I said, that person didn't say, he says, but next time, know what it is. They know what it is. My son is 30. My daughter is 24. They know what it is. My wife has to know what it is because she's a manager at a job and understands that there's the younger people that come in. It is a part of society. I get where people are saying, well, don't force it on me. I get it. I don't want to be forced on something else political, because like I said, where I stand.
And I would never force that on you as a friend, right? That's the reason why we're friends, right?
So that's why we're friends. We can have these discussions, and I don't mind having the discussions. But the problem is that once we see these things that we don't like, we have to take the challenge within ourselves. Is like, is it as bad as we're thinking, or is it just like I ignore it, move on from it? If it's something that I feel that's too egregious, I'm not going to support it financially. I'm going to move on, or I'm just going to ignore this stupid shit and just keep it pushing. That's my whole point on it. Like, because I just think that when people say, well, this is too much stuff being forced on me. Well, we get forced upon stuff all the time. Hell, did we want to get high prices, high oil, gas prices? But we had to get it forced. Thank God it's coming down. But there's all types of things that we got to deal with within life. And I just think that this is not that serious.
The thing is, they could have approached it with a middle ground.
Okay.
And the fact is they're not. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But the same token, like, I'll give another example. Like, okay, you take Last of Us.
All right.
People are all upset about all the stuff in there, right? Last of Us 2. I should clarify.
Yeah. Right.
It's a company based in San Francisco. Like, let's just be real. It's a company based in San Francisco, and these are things that matter to them. Let them make it. They've already hinted at it with the first one with things, and they just took it to the next step with the second one. I have zero problems with that product existing because they acknowledged what the product was early on, and then expanded it into that, and they should have that creative freedom to do that. So I'm saying there is no middle ground. That is the storytelling. That's what it is. I'll even give another example. People giving a crap, like let's say an Xbox title. Let's say I can't remember what is it? Fable, for example.
Yeah.
Fable had same-sex marriages. They had all that stuff in the first one. They had all that stuff in the second one.
Mm-hmm.
So if they do anything along this lines, I'm not going to be surprised, and it's in tone with the product. They shouldn't have to remove that. Does that make sense? See where I'm going?
Oh, yeah, no, I got you.
See where I'm going with that? But when a product is the middle ground and it's not what they're trying to, they're just trying to, I guess what I'm saying is there's no need, when there's no need for it, You don't have to do it. Is what I'm trying to say. If that's what
But I
your
think a lot of
product
these
is,
developers are younger though too, Don. That's another thing too. Like that's what I'm trying to get at. That's why I was alluding to my children
a
is
lot
that
of it,
like
a lot of it
they're
is,
adults and they're part of the people that's developing these games though too.
yeah, but they're also pushing a lot of other people out and making a lot of other people uncomfortable in the development space. I mean, that's the harsh reality. So, like, but what I'm trying to say, there is a middle ground that you can approach these situations that are nice and fair to people. And I think a lot of times people are super quick to defend something when they realize that there was an easier ground to walk, is what I'm trying to say. Right? Because think about this. This puts so much heat on them they didn't need. They didn't need that heat.
Oh no, Hogwarts Legacy, absolutely not.
No,
No, hell
no,
no, no, no, no, no, no. They
But what?
didn't. They didn't deserve that. That's not fair.
But
That
see
wasn't fair
what?
to them.
But you see what I'm saying with that? Like,
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
if that's the product you want to make, so be it. Have at it. But when it's something that's just not necessary, and someone comes in, it's playing something young or old, whatever excuse we want to give it, right? And it's not in line with, and they're like caught off by surprise because like they bought something, or like, what the hell, right? Like, what's this, right? Am I going to get bombarded by all this stuff? Oh no, it's just one little spot. Then why is it there? But you can still pick. I mean, like, look, they do that stuff in Forza Horizon. In regards to that, the pronoun has no bearing, on if they can put that in their name profile once again. Choose a male or female character. Choose if someone is missing a limb or not. Put a dude in a dress. A guy model in a dress. Put a female dress. They can do all that sort of stuff. It's their game. Let them, whatever. I don't care. But like, you don't need to force the ideology like that unless it's what the game is. Like Last of Us is a perfect example. Fable's a perfect example. I'm sure they're gonna do it. I'm not gonna complain about Fable for doing it. Makes sense. They've always done that. So it's in regards to that sort of stuff. So, in regards to that. So I mean, I feel like people are trying to pick a fight they know they will frustrate people, and they do it. And I don't think everyone should have to walk on broken glass, but I think there's a way to approach this stuff within gaming that's a lot more respectful. Because what happens when I know you like to talk about government stuff, right?
Right, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What happens when certain people get in power of government and this stuff is not to their liking? Guess what happens? The game industry doesn't get to regulate themselves anymore. The government gets to. Do you want that?
But there were a time where the government was trying to do that though.
Do you think they're going to stop?
Absolutely not. But
do you think this is a way in? People that feel passionate about it?
It is according to the people that gets elected.
Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
I want freedom of creativity and building stuff, but I don't think we need to poke the bear on things that there's no reason for it. Is what I'm going to say. Like, if you're made an argument, you're saying, "Oh, I can't represent myself in a character creator." Did they limit a female body type? Did they not allow you to type a pronoun in there in the first place? Did they not allow? Did they like they didn't do any of that stuff. So, but as I was saying, like, having it in there has a bearing where it affects certain people, and having a bearing with it out doesn't affect anyone. That and it's still inclusive. People like to use that word. It's still inclusive. So that's what I'm trying to get at is there's a way to do this stuff in a respectful manner in regards to that, and I think that changes hearts and minds a lot more than being forceful, and that's where I'm getting at.
Right. I feel that Hogwarts Legacy should not have been shunned like it did, and I also feel that Starfield should not be shunned for what it's done. That's how my thought process of it is that like both games are worthy of being played And once you're into the games and you're engaged, that shit don't matter in the first place. I mean, for
Well,
when you create,
doesn't matter to
because you
you.
can create the well, it doesn't matter because in this sense, when you create your character, that character is of your choosing. It's
Hmm.
different if you're like, well, this character is being made and this character has to have eyelashes and it has to wear fingernail polish just because. That's where I feel that that's where the line is definitely drawn, because if I don't want those things, then I don't, then that's not what it is. So either, if that's the case, if you're going to make a character, if you're saying that this is a created character, um okay, case in point for me, when they did start implementing people of color in there, the first thing that they always would do is have, and we've talked about this, is the black dude has to have cornrows, an afro, bald headed, or some kind of like
Yes, the
natural
tropes.
bullshit.
I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
you.
the tropes.
Yeah,
You
I
see what
got
I'm
you.
saying? So yeah, and so I had to deal with that. Did I look at it as being uh out of the bounds deal with? No, I just took it as that. Well, I'm sure that these were some white folk that don't know about black hair, and so this is all they know. I got you. It's not like I'm taking it as it's being racist or demeaning. I just take it for what it is, and I make my character. And the one thing I wouldn't do is do the cornrows. I used to do the cornrows because I thought at first, when they first did it, was cool. But I'm like, now this shit is in every game. No, and it's like you said, the tropes. So I'm like, okay, I just do the natural, or I'll just do the bald head. I'm cool. But and then when I'm in the game, I don't worry about it anymore. It's when I first get into the game and see that, and then I'm like,
But it takes you out for that moment. It's the same thing.
just for that hot
But
moment.
but that's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying.
it's over with.
That's
That's
going to
not
vary
playing.
from individual to individual. That in like, I'm not trying to pick on anyone. Like, I want to be very clear. I want to find a middle ground that people can get along a lot more, because I don't like
Yeah.
the fight back and forth, and regardless if I disagree with
Oh yeah, no,
somebody.
we're not fine. We're just talking, man.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
just in general, what I see out there,
Just in
see out in
general.
the
Okay,
world,
okay.
right? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
a lot of people can't. You and I come from different backgrounds, can't have this conversation. But
Right.
the reality is, I don't want heat on individuals that don't don't deserve it.
Don't deserve it. No, I
right?
get you on that.
And I
Mhm.
also, I should reserve the right to not to participate in that when I'm doing the products I want to do, which is just escape from the world, play some video games. It's not a tough ask with certain situations, and certain games are going to be obvious. Like Last of Us, like, they didn't hide that stuff. That's fine. Like,
No,
that's
no.
how you should handle it if that's the content you have. And I'll say this: there's easier ways to solve this stuff too. It's not that hard. And that actually falls more on Nintendo, Microsoft, and I would say Sony. Why not set the parameters within your console, and then it gives you the option when you boot up a game that stuff never shows up. But if that's stuff that you want to have in your game, it's there. They can flag it like that. That's simple. It can be
Yeah,
done.
they can
It can be
they
done
can
from a
flag it.
hardware. It can be done from a hardware platform. Like, if you, for example, your ideologies are different than me, it doesn't bother you. Cool.
No.
You have it wide open.
Right.
For me,
Right.
and no hate. I don't have a single hate towards any of those people. You don't have to do it. I don't have to. And so that changes the tone of the game immediately as I start something, or somebody that's way more aggressive about it than I was, in regards to that, in regards to that. And so I think that sort of stuff, like, this is not like race or anything like that. You can't change your skin color. I can be out in the sun a little bit more and do a spray tan, but yeah, we really, it's an inevitable trait that we can't. The other is an ideology that is something you believe at your core. You believe is this, and no one else can tell you that, regardless of what's going on in the world. And that's a belief system. And and it's hard for people to hear that. But I have my beliefs too. It's no different in regards to that. So I just feel like they can handle it a lot more better, and I think that's the reason why we get a lot of infighting, because they're not trying to make it.
Yeah, make it, put it in the game. I don't know. I mean, to put it in the console is a little much for me, but I mean, if you give more options in the game and creativity, I'm with that. I'm with that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't. You know what I'm saying? But I don't have a problem when I see, when I'm playing against certain characters in Street Fighter, that because you can create your character too.
Yeah.
Where I'm playing against, a guy with, a guy that's shaped like a woman with a beard and got blue hair. And I like, look, I'm here to whoop your ass. I ain't worried about what you look like,
Well,
and
I
I
mean,
don't care who I'm playing against.
You played
either.
what is it?
You know what I'm saying?
Soul Blade or whatever.
That was
It gives you the
why can I
Freakazoid.
think?
You know what I'm talking about.
I showed the gameplay of the freaking
Yeah.
They had
But-
Ivy's body, but it was with the beard and
That-
man's voice. I'm like, holy shit! I got to kill this dude.
I get that. Like,
yeah.
you know, like that's what
Soul
saying.
Calibur,
You know,
too.
like
Throwing
character
Soul
creators
Calibur
have
6.
always had these things, is what I'm saying. You
Mhm.
don't need to add this extra layer for these people to feel that. You just have to give them enough space in their, you know, just like doing their Twitter profile. They can put it in a column that really was never an issue, and we do it all the time with, you know, any sort of accounts. People do that with their accounts all the time, in regards to that. So, you know, I would say, is somebody that doesn't agree with that ideology, if they remove the option to be able to someone put the pronoun name in a name profile, like they just block that, then I would say, well, no, that's silly. As somebody that doesn't, you know, think like them, I think that would be not cool. Does that make sense? So there is a line.
No, it makes sense.
There's a line that you can walk that's respectful, and that's all I'm trying to say is, you know, and it's just not the case. I know it's one of those topics no one's ever going to win on. Yeah, it is.
Nobody's going to win on.
Yeah,
but I also got my last point on this, and then we'll move on. But I just want to say this, though, is that you can't, while you're saying what you're saying, and I agree that there are people that wants to push an agenda, on the other side, they're doing the same thing. And so that right there,
I don't want to push an agenda on either side. I really don't.
No,
I want people to live their life.
Have those beliefs that you or I don't, but there's people that has that same type of sentiment that you do, and they want to push the envelope to where things could go back to what used to be, and it's the same thing, vice versa, for people
to be honest
who want to
with
push
you,
back and say, look, let's open this up.
And I would talk to those people as well. I wouldn't exclude them or anything like that. But the same token, if the push comes to shove, I would push back on that, right? Like, you know, I want creative freedom for developers.
Everybody
in regards to, but I'm saying there are certain ways we can thread the needle that's a lot more respectful. And it doesn't turn either side into a clown character, right? Like that's what bugs me too, is like, you know, it's a tit for tat thing, and that drives me nuts. And that's what all this stuff is doing, is driving that wedge. Like, how are we different? And making it worse for both sides. I really feel that's the case, in regards to that. So there's a way to navigate those waters. And I think we can try to be as more respectful on both sides. That's all I'm trying to say.
Agreed. I agree on that. So
sorry about that, guys. Occasionally, me and Mega have way different views on things, and sometimes it collides with gaming. And I try to avoid it, and I think I'm the one that pushed this one, so I apologize.
You did push this one.
I apologize.
No, that's not no push this. I know, I like it. I love it. I love it. I could talk about that shit all day.
Yeah, I know. It's like hanging a candy apple in front of you, man.
I was like, what? Let's go. But anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
But you know what I'm saying? But that's what makes me and Don really, you know what I'm saying, because we're friends, right? We're legitimately friends. We fought, you know, we've been in our, you know, had our moments, but that's what makes us, you know what I'm saying? And I hope he feels the same way about me. I generally look at him as a good friend, because not only the fact that, you know, we're from two different sides of the aisle, but we're also, we can conversate and talk about this stuff on a mature level. That's what's missing, I think, in this country, in this world. That when things are very uncomfortable, talk about it, and let's just try to figure it out.
Well, my approach has always been to start with friendship first. Yeah, we got things that are different. No duh, right? Like, I got baby blues. I mean, you're gonna be jealous every time a girl talks to me. I get it. I get it.
Shit. Yeah, that's all right. I'll get her later.
Don't yeah. Then I just slide in there and go, "Hey, I'm vanilla, baby."
Oh,
but you know, like,
oh shit! Just that corniness right now is why she's gonna come to me. But I ain't worried about. Let the baby blues work right now for you, brother.
No, we're both married, both married men. So
Right. We're both married men.
those times are
Oh,
long gone,
shit.
man. Uh, in regards to that, so yeah, I mean, I
No,
just
that's
saying,
right.
like, I like to start with things we're agreeing on, which is gaming. Our
Yeah.
friendship's always been based on that. It always will be based on that. And you know what? I never try to control Mega, and the one thing is, K-Mega never tries to control me. As long as we remember those boundaries, I think we'll be fine. So,
Yeah.
in regards to that, so,
Yeah.
um,
Hey, I was still friends with you during the Trump era, so anything is happy as possible.
hey
So don't
man,
worry about
yeah, the
it.
sequel's coming. Watch out.
Shit, no. Oh no. Anyway,
We
let's
can
stop.
we,
Okay, let's
we can
stop
talk
right now.
about that
'Cause I
stuff
wanna-
later. We're not going to talk about
we can
that
talk
now.
about that later.
Yeah,
We'll talk
so,
about that later.
yeah.
Oh man.
So,
All right. Shout out to Uncle Joe. Let's go. I let's go and talk about these leaks, man.
which leaks are we talking about?
Oh my goodness. PlayStation leaks. But first off, okay. I want to touch on this. It's involving the leaks, but about what some of the media is trying to do with the leaks. Um, Greg Miller is the main one that's getting the heat behind it because of the fact that he refused to talk about the leaks. But it's been evident that he's talked about all the other leaks, Microsoft, the Apple Epic leaks, the Capcom leaks, the 2K leaks. I mean, there's been a ton of leaks that's come out, good and bad, serious and not serious, within the past year. And Greg Miller didn't have a problem with that. And a lot of people are scrutinizing him for it. But there's also a lot of media people that is supporting Greg Miller, saying that this is too sensitive of stuff for them to do it. Now, person that's working in the industry, what is your thoughts about that? Because I know that there's a lot of people that has kind of gone both ways on this. But if you're a journalist, shouldn't the news be addressed with respect? What's your thoughts?
The news should always be respected and put out there. And then when you get it wrong, they should be held accountable. All the above. I hate leaks. It represents years and years of work, kind of ruined, kind of spoiled to some degree, right? It is very obvious with the Wolverine game. I look at it and I understand it's very early. I'm not going to judge it by that because I work in that environment daily. I know what that looks like when things are not finished. All the elements haven't been applied. We haven't optimized the game in order to target the look that we're looking for. We're experimenting with stuff. We're experimenting with animations. We're experimenting with timing. We're trying to figure all this stuff out, right? So I know what that's like. The average gamer doesn't understand what that's like in regards to, so I understand how much that much suck. But that being said, the journalist, I wouldn't say agenda, but a journalist's job is not in line with the game developer's job. Mm-hmm. They're always opposed to each other. They're not supposed to be this monolithic thing that we're together. My job is to entertain and try to build a product, say, for you, and work with my team and work with my publisher and all those sort of stuff. And hopefully all that stuff comes together and everyone's happy. In regards to the journalist is trying to find news, trying to report on the news, report on stuff that people care about. Now, I would say handling all the sensitive information in regards to a lot of the developers that are there, yeah, you shouldn't put that stuff out there. I mean, there should be some journalistic integrity that you're not trying to put certain people on blast or something along those lines, that they're completely innocent in the circumstances. But the news is the news. And if you refuse to report on it, someone else is going to. And guess what? You become a little less relevant. And that's my take on it. I'm it's a weird approach that he has had in regards to that. Mostly talking about Greg Miller. That's the one where things are going back and forth in regards to that. So, yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, he doesn't want to limit access he has with Sony. He has it in good with Sony. in regards to that, and he doesn't want to limit the access. That's all that comes right down to it. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, I find it to be egregious.
yeah,
I am disgusted. And I mean it, disgusted. Now, I don't know Greg Miller from any, he could be the nicest, greatest guy in the world, but his actions is incredibly um just sad. And
what what
it
what makes
it's
it sad
like
for you? Because you're not invested in the same way as I am.
right,
So
right. Okay. Yeah. Like, cause I feel bad for Insomniac. I feel bad for Sony. This stuff, the stuff that has come out is damning. Like,
yeah,
this is horrible. But I can't be sad because Sony, you have been getting hacked for this is the third time in 2023, and this has been numerous times through your time through your history since the online access stuff has been available since for the PlayStation 3. Like, this at some point you got to say, look, Sony, you're the problem because you're not doing the job that you need to do. Of course, hacks is going to happen, but to this degree, oh my God. But no, the thing that makes me so upset about it is that the media is supposed to be against the machine, not for it, not to support the machine. That's what the media is there for. It's to come out, regardless of what side of the media that you on. But you need to have the people there to let the people decide what's going on and let them make the decisions. Once a journalist and media personalities start to dictate what kind of information you should get and what information you shouldn't get, that's when we have a problem. And that to me is why I feel that the gaming media is shit now compared to what it used to be, because it's all about gaming and gamers, and that you need to just provide us with the information. When you come out and you tell us, well, I don't want this to happen, when you have contradict yourself and showed all these other leaks, that tells me that you're in Sony's pocket. And let's just say that you're not. Well, it's too late now. You've already put yourself in a position to be labeled. And the people that say Xbox
yeah.
tax, which I'm not the biggest fan of that term, but the biasness seems to be very real. And take Xbox out of the equation. You did this to Capcom. You did this to Take Two. You did this to Nvidia. You did this to Apple and Epic. What makes you think that PlayStation or Sony is so much better, and Insomniac is so much better than those other companies that got leaked and that you shared that information? To me, that's the biggest problem. I hate that. I hated that he did that.
Well, I think that also ruins an opportunity. Like, okay, there's always a
Right.
silver lining to all this stuff, right? Like, yes, it sucks to
Yeah.
see all your work go out there and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
can we have a conversation what games look like early on? Can we have that conversation? Can we have that conversation amongst
Right.
gamers? Like, gamers don't understand what games look like early on. They don't. They just have no idea. Like, this is a good example of it, right? Take note what you see here, and let's take note of where they land, right? And let's do those comparisons, because I think there's a good learning lesson within those, right? This is somebody as an Xbox guy, somebody as a PC guy. There's a bigger conversation to be had here. Like, not want to share the information, the personal information of the developers, totally understandable. And that should be commended, because you're trying to protect the individuals that didn't ask for this sort of stuff, right? But all the other stuff is out there in the ether. Every podcast is talking about it. There's thousands and thousands of podcasts. You're going to refuse to do it. So, but the same token, like, I do have a little bit of respect for Greg in the sense that he's upfront. He's a PlayStation guy. He lets it know that he's a PlayStation guy. So you kind of know where he's coming from. He's coming from that Shield perspective, and that's fine. Totally fine. Not a big deal in regards to that. So yeah, it is one of those situations where I find it a little bit strange in regards to, like, it's obvious, it's out of pocket. We get it, but the question is,
it is obvious.
But the question is, like, can we? He at least lets you know that he's a PlayStation guy. Can we just be honest about, like, what your perspective is, where you're coming from? And even if you are trying to be neutral, at least we know. I'm not trying to dismiss you, but at least we know where you're coming from, right? Because that stops the infighting. That stops to some degree. There's always going to be people on the outside always fighting, but you get where I'm going with that. And so, yeah, I think it. I think they just want to be in Sony's pocket in the sense of access. They want to be, they want to be in their good graces, as them being independent. Do I like Greg or not? I really don't like him. In general, like the way he treated his friend Colin.
Yeah.
It's like me saying a joke on Twitter or you saying a joke on Twitter, and not a good joke. We both admit it's not a good joke, but a couple people got offended and it snowballed out of hand. I wouldn't exile you from Game Dev and the Gamer, and you wouldn't do that to me.
Right.
And that's where I have a problem with Craig Miller. Is how you treated Colin, and I don't really agree with Colin either. Right? That's not the point. His character has been exposed. And that dude helped him when he had cancer. He took care of his dog when he had cancer. He helped. I think he was there to support him when he was going through bad breakups and stuff like. Dude, that dude was homie.
Right.
Right? And like, you know how the internet goes. Like, even if like our earlier conversation, people get pissed off about that, take your side or my side and try to divide a wedge between the two of us. We all know it's going to blow over in 2 weeks and no one's going to care. Right? Like, the reality is we're too small. And if you're a little bit bigger, it takes a little bit more time, but at the end of the day, it doesn't take much time. And people will go after the next thing they're going to be outraged about. So, like, I just feel like everyone else saw the Greg Miller that I've always seen, in regards to that, and his priority is PlayStation. I don't think he hides it though. I mean, that's the one thing.
Well, no, but you can't come out and that's the thing. Like, they'll come out and they'll tell you, well, they want to be treated as though like journalists, but then when you get into this part, well, I'm an entertainer, or I'm not a journalist. I'm this or that. But then they want to have like I said, they want to be treated as I want to be treated as like a journalist and respected as one. So yeah, no, you're just, then if that's the case, then you're nothing but a shock job. And therefore I can't take what you say seriously, even though I know that you do cringy stuff with going after the PC people and stuff like that. And some people think it's funny and things like that, but it's now what the media has tried to get on the soapbox and talk bad about content creators and about the console war. They are, like I said, a part of this machine. They created. All you got to do is look at headliners.
Yeah,
you can go right now and look on headline. Look at a video game headliners, and it's got to pertain of something that is involving the console war. It's not any like. Yes, you could talk about PlayStation selling over 50 million consoles, which is a fantastic achievement in its 3 years, right? But why does Xbox got to be labeled in there by saying the 3-1, and then have to do in fine print saying, well, 3-1 in 2023? Because what you're doing is that you're making the fanboys believe
you're trying to frame it for a particular way to engage the conversation, to add. It's like, you have a couple friends fighting and someone says, hey, you know what you said about you? It's that sort of thing. Like, you were agging on, like, you're supposed to be your wingman to keep you out of trouble, right? But he's the person that aggs you on that gets you in more trouble. And that's kind of what they are. And that's what gets them engaged in these conversations. I don't get caught up in it because then again, I've recognized him for what he is, early on. And if he doesn't like that analysis, too bad. That's the impression you left me. Do better. Like, what am I supposed to do about this sort of stuff? But yeah, I think the mask has been removed on the biases in regards to that. I know it's a lot of other people that would defend the what would I wouldn't call it biases. What would I would call it? I would call it preferences.
Favoritism?
Yeah, favoritism, preferences, and then they dig their heels. This is who I am, right? And you see this in so many things. This is who I am, and so they mold and conform reality around that. Does that make sense? And then they constantly move the goalposts in regards to that. And I think you can be honest about Sony stuff and still be a fan, right? You can be honest about Xbox stuff and still be a fan,
Absolutely.
right? You can be honest about Nintendo stuff and still be a fan. Like, I still think Nintendo makes some of the best first party IPs. But I can also be honest and say, yeah, the Switch has sold a lot of consoles, but their percentage of the market has shrunken because they've consolidated portable and all those things are true, right? Like, and people can't be honest. Like, if one thing's true, then we use that as a talking point to disprove the other things. No, all those things are true. Like, I mean, you may have a different opinion on first party Nintendo titles, but you get where I'm going with that. Like, all those things can be true. Like, Xbox could be, like, for me, like, Xbox is not about my Series X or my Series S, right? It's about my Series S, X, and PC. For some people, it's about the Series S, X, and streaming.
Yeah.
Some people, it's just streaming. Some people, it's just Game Pass, right? So, that Xbox conversation is different. So, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is you can be honest about the pros and cons about stuff, and if you're being genuine about it, people are very forgiving if you have a take that you may not like or something like that. At least I found the internet to be a lot more flexible when you're upfront about it than the other way around.
Right.
In regards to that. So that's my take on it. So
Yeah, no, I know, and I agree. I just think that it was just egregious. It grossed me out. Like, I've been peeping on the biasness, or how you say it, bias.
However you want to call it.
I think that's really funny how you say that, but what I'm saying, and that might be the proper way to say it. I have no idea.
I probably mispronounce it. I'm a byproduct of the California school system. So
listen, I'm country. I'm from Oklahoma, so you know how I always.
There's more people in Oklahoma qualify for California colleges than people from California that qualify for California colleges.
Well, I don't know the way the education system is in this country. What I'm saying, it's bad all the way around.
It's worse. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when I graduated high school, to go to a 4-year university, I'm more likely to get into any 4-year university outside of the state than I was in California. And that was the case for everyone in my graduating class and all that sort of stuff, because not a lot of people qualify for the.
I would be graduating in honors right now, the way that compared to what it was back then. Oh my God, you're talking about insanely difficult. Anyway, but that's, to me, is, and then we're going to move it on. But I just can't. I've been peeping game on this for a long time about the media doing this, and it breaks my heart, because we need these people to be our eyes and ears. But once you get into this point of where you're saying, where I can't talk about this because I'm trying to protect this, that, and the third, it's too late. It's out in the ether. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't do it, as you see, it's everywhere now. And now what you have done is, now you've painted a picture. You've helped paint that picture for when people like me and other people saying, like, the media is on the take. Now you painted a picture, was like, well, I can't. And then we get into what you talk about, is why the gaming media is failing. It's falling apart. And that's why they will be overtaken by content creators, because content creators will talk about it, because it is news. It's game worthy. It's what people want to hear, want to see, want to know. And of course, there's different sectors and of what people want to listen to, from a PlayStation perspective, from an Xbox perspective, just neutral perspective or whatever.
Yeah.
But the fact of it is that the information is out there, and it was leaked out there, and that's what news is. If it's out there, then we talk about it, good, bad, or indifferent. It's no different than what happened with what happens in politics, what happens with big corporations that has stuff leaked. that stuff gets
What about
out in the ether, it's out there,
what
and we got
about
to talk
the
about it.
ABK deal with the Xbox documents that leaked? Right?
Free.
How
Yeah,
many Xbox podcasts were openly talking about it?
yeah, we all were.
We all were,
We
right?
all were.
I mean,
Yeah.
you might find some popular one that I am not aware of, and yeah, I'd be curious to see who that what would be. But what I'm saying is, it should be treated as such, right? Like, and it's dated information too. That's the same thing with some of the Insomniac leaks. Some of it's dated information. In regards to that. So there's a lot of interesting things. What do you want to talk about the Insomniac leak first? Obviously
Yeah.
we talked about the moral parameters, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah. Now we'll move on.
I
Yeah.
think we're pretty much in line with that, even
Yeah.
though we come from different
This.
perspectives.
Yeah. I want to touch on first off on one of the things that really blew my mind was the PlayStation strategy of what they want to do with um their games, like the potential of what they want to do with Spider-Man 3. That where they in this there was articles that was out there that already claimed that Sony wanted to raise the prices of games to $80 to 100 on top of what Take Two said as well, and they saying like, pay to pay for your time, pretty much like for the bigger the game, the more you pay for the game. That's what the CEO at Take Two said. Sony pretty much has said the same thing, but we never had any type of information to prove it until now. And Sony wants to um add wants to break up Spider-Man 3 into three places and charge $50 a pop. Your thoughts on that, Don? Because that's what's in the leaks. If it should be something that I've sent to you.
Are
If
you
not,
talking
then
about
I'll get
the
back to
Surfaces 3.0 aims to expand the vision of PlayStation Plus?
you. No. This is about
I
about the PlayStation Plus.
I don't.
This is
I don't
about.
think I've seen what you're talking about. To be honest with you.
Okay. I'm gonna look.
Yeah,
For
but
it.
there's
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
find
stuff.
it
I
and
mean,
put it in
I'll
there.
take you for your word. I mean, every publisher, and this is not a knock on.
But leave
you.
that up there too, because we're going to talk about.
Yeah,
that
we'll
next.
talk about it. I'll bring it. I can bring it back
Okay.
up in just a click.
Okay.
Every publisher's job is to try to figure out how to get the most money out of the products they produce. Right now, traditionally in the business model of gaming is you spend 2 or 3 years developing a product, different qualities and stuff like that, but in general 2 to 3 years. You get majority of your sales your first 2 months, and then all the residual sales typically follow right after 6 months, and after that usually the game's dead. Which is pretty unique about a gaming product. A gaming product is different. Like when Mattel designs a new Barbie, right? Guess what?
Yeah.
That Barbie's around for years, right? So what's interesting about gaming is the shelf life of relevancy in regards to that, and therefore there's a higher risk, higher reward, higher risk in regards to that. So what Sony's trying to do is maximize their profits, and they're always talking about things. Every company does this. Like Microsoft will say things that you may not agree with. Nintendo may say things you don't agree with. Your favorite publisher, EA, 2K, whatever it may be, will say things you may not agree with as a gamer. But they're just always looking like, is there a way that I can make more profit on the product that we're spending all this labor cost on in regards to that? So I think a lot of these conversations that do come out in the public are more of what if. It's more or less like people in leadership riffing, like going, hey, what if we do this? Could we do this? Could we do that? And then there's usually, you don't see the response of someone in the boardroom going, yeah, this would not go well. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
So there's always a leadership person that's always going to be doing that. There's always be a marketing person that pushes those sort of things. And their bonuses are based on the fact if they can make the company more profitable off of that. So there's always these ideas thrown out there, and then usually cooler heads will prevail, and these ideas never come implemented. Remember all the DRM conversation that was in last gen that we never saw, right? It's, we almost kind of saw it with Microsoft, but didn't really see it with Sony, because they were talking about it. They prepared for these sort of things just in case if they do go that route in regards to that. So I'm a big component. Me personally, I think game prices should go down, not up. Um, I'm a big believer you can make more money by getting more people to engage in your product than chasing after a smaller percentage of people to pay a higher dollar value. That's
I
just,
sent it to you. It's at the very bottom.
okay. Let me take a look at it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna pull it up.
yeah, and also I can't wait for you. We're going to talk about that picture with the girl in it because I had to find that out on Twitch that is very real.
Yes. So you talking about this one right here that's in black and white?
Hold on, let me see. It's got Spider-Man's face on his face is showing a picture of
Okay, I got it right here.
yeah,
It's,
Spider-Man
yeah,
holding his face, holding his head. Yeah, that's it
yeah.
right there.
All right, I got it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, not that. Almost have it. There we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah. So you talking about this?
I'm over here looking at the what you call stream instead of looking at Discord. Yes, that right there. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So reportedly planning to sell games at $50 each, raising overall price to $80 to $100. So this is per, like, I guess, platform is the idea.
Well, from what the understanding is for when you go deeper into the leaks, is that their strategy is for Spider-Man 3 to break it into because I'm assuming that Spider-Man 3 is going to be is going to drop when the new PlayStation is going to drop around that time. And so what they want to do is implement the game be split up in pieces and being charged $50 per like it might be considered to be episodic, but they already have the game fully completed, but they're just going to split it off so they can make more money off of that one
Make sure
game.
if I understand, it's almost kind of like Miles Morales 1, 2, and 3 DLC is the best way to kind of describe it, right? Like,
in a sense, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Gotcha. I wonder if they're standalone.
No, yeah, well, they do get because there's a Venom game that's going to be coming.
But there's standalone DLC,
this,
for example, right, where you don't have to get the
right.
base game, you just get the DLC. I wonder if they're having a standalone approach. I don't know. The context matters a lot on this, right? Like, is it a 14-hour experience, 10-hour experience?
Well, if they do it with Spider-Man 3, then I'm sure there's going to be around the 30, the 30-hour experience.
But I'm just saying,
the Venom game is only going to be 8 to 10.
But I was saying,
and that's going to be
if it's a typical, not open world, but your typical storyline style game where you do, 10 to 14 hours, and they're instead of charging you $70, they're charging you $50 for that. I'm not against that. I think maybe I think that's it. It depends if they do it that way or not. I don't know if they're going to.
No, I don't think that. No, I think that they have it's just the same thing of like thinking about what a lot of people and I'm thinking of the first thing comes to my mind is Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Mm-hmm. The game is already complete, and they already had the characters available. This was one of the first games that was doing this at the time, and they were charging you out the wazoo for each character. And and people were like, wait a minute, why can I not earn? Because it used to be that way where you could play the game and earn your secret character. Okay. But why did you lock that out? And now I got to buy them instead. That's what this is basically they're going to have the full game made. This is how I perceived it, how I read it from the
article.
Is gotcha. That from the not from the article and also in the leaks. It's more detailed in the leaks.
Okay.
But it's the full game is going to be made. And it's kind of like what Retro Doc is saying, like it's like they're going to turn it into like a Destiny deal. Like it's the full game, it's already made, but they're going to chop it up to where it's like a continuance, kind of like what they're doing with Final Fantasy. But it's not going to be as long or as big as what Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth is going to be, and then whatever the last of the trilogy of the Final Fantasy Remake games are going to be. It's going to be just however much it is, like for what you played in Spider-Man 2, but they're going to break it up and then charge you $50 for that, so you can finish the game that they already got done and completed with. Do you agree with that? Do you see that
I would have to
as a
see.
positive?
I would just have to see what what the value proposition is, right? Like,
Okay.
if the value proposition, I feel like I got my money's worth out of a game, like, and that's different for everyone. Like, for example, you have to have a ton of stuff. I like a more condensed experience, right? So,
Right.
my value is going to be different than say your value, in regards to that. But you do have to make the gamer feel like they're not being cheated for the dollar value that you're throwing out there. And I think that's kind of an issue. In regards to that, yeah, like to Retrodoc's point, the original Destiny, they had things planned out, but they didn't have them finished. Because I remember playing Vault of Glass on the original Destiny raid. That thing was not even close to being ready. Not even close. I even got a points where I was able to accidentally glitch into the area where the Vault of Glass is, but it wouldn't trigger it unless you did certain things. But I get where you're going there, Retrodoc. They held it back in regards to that. So I don't know. It depends on what the value proposition is for you. Like, if what you're describing is that, but I have an alternative, say something like Game Pass, it's a little harder to get upset at one or the other. Is that, you see where I'm going with that, right?
All right, that's a good twist. That's a good twist
because you have an option, right? You have an option for success, and Sony would continue to make revenue off that product because sometimes people just didn't bother to buy the game, so they'll just continuously rent it with all the other titles that they love through them, like you would do on an Xbox situation. Like a perfect example, I wouldn't have bought Starfield, and I wouldn't have bought Redfall, and I wouldn't have bought Hi-Fi Rush, but I already had Game Pass, and so I gave every single one of those a chance. 2 out of those 3 I like. Right? I'm not upset because I didn't spend a gratuitous amount of money on and taking a risk on something that I didn't like. So the question is, if you can lower the risk for the gamer, and give an alternative outside of just that one thing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think as a standalone, it might be a tough sell with certain gamers, and I think it's a divisive thing. I think for certain gamers like me, I may not have a problem with it. A little bit smaller, a little less money up front, and I could continue to give money if I feel like that each DLC is good. I don't have an issue with that. But I would imagine not to put words in your mouth, but I would imagine somebody like you would be like, well, I used to just pay $60 on this game when it was on sale, and I had this whole entire area to explore, and I like chasing the pigeons across the map, and I like I like doing this, and I like doing that. So the value proposition would be different for you in regards to that. Or let's say, like, yeah, you got the whole access of the world, but the story's only 4 hours. I would be pissed because I would beeline right for the story and stuff, and the storyline was 4 hours. I'm not saying it is 4 hours. I'm just saying if that was their approach, they gave you full access of the world, but the story was, divided up in 3.
Also,
and
that's also what they've implemented into the leaks as well, is that they need to make cutbacks on the value of what they're on the game themselves that they're making. I mean, we'll talk about, I think, the stuff that you really want to get into with the financial aspect of it with dealing with Marvel. But that's one of the things that they said in the leaks as well, is that we have to make these games smaller. We have to cut our budget. So what that tells me is that, which you're the first person and that's why I love doing this podcast, is because you made it seem reasonable. Because I had no thoughts. It was all like, man, but this is bullshit, man. Send they shit to Hades. This is why I can't deal with PlayStation, right? But you made it sound reasonable. But then comes into here comes the situation where you bring it up is like, well, if this game experience is smaller than what we were getting from Miles or from what we're going to get from Venom that comes out next year, what then we're talking about, well, why are you still overcharging me instead of making me feel like I've got a value? You see my point on that?
Yeah, I totally see. I mean, let's be honest. The game prices are being raised I mean, obviously, inflation is a big deal that's happened and it's affecting all of us, right? But game prices are being raised not just because inflation, it's because they're simply not being profitable on these products soon enough, if that makes any sense. And so that's the reason why they're dropping it at $70. Not enough people are buying the product. Like,
well, no, that part is true.
so
Yes.
Sony guys don't want to hear this. Doesn't mean it's a bad product. Not saying it at all. Not enough of you diehard fans are out there to buy it.
Talk that shit. Hold on, I'm going to send you something too, Don. So you can go ahead and show this.
But that's the truth, though. Like, people don't want to hear that. That is the truth. People do not want to hear it. And it's that typical thing. Time is, it's a tale as old as time, where people think in a certain way and they think everyone else thinks in that way. And then they start projecting how that everyone else thinks in that way, versus taking a step back and just kind of looking at the reality of the situation as a whole. So, I mean, it is one of those things, like, they're always looking for ways to make money, but they always have to keep in mind, I think good things can happen from it if they target a value proposition for the gamer. They always have that in mind. Gamers are willing to spend money on your product if you always add a value proposition to it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
There's also, I sent you that because you made a great point, and that's something that I've been preaching. You can say preaching, or you're trying to advise PlayStation gamers out there, is that, look, the PlayStation content creators keep telling you that this is great that they're selling all of this hardware, but they're not. But they give it this facade that the software is matching, and it's not. And so I sent you something. If you want to show it, you can.
Yeah, I'll put the chart up.
The chart, and it just shows. Like, you could just see the variance of. And this is something that we've talked about on Devin the Gamer. I've talked about on GRG. Is that I think that $70 price tag is a little bit too much for the PlayStation consumer. And it could be for the same for Xbox consumers, but Xbox has something to fall back on, which is Game Pass.
Yeah.
PlayStation half-assed with it. Like, if you just look at the difference from the PlayStation 4 era to PlayStation's first-party games in the PlayStation 5 era or generation, it's night and day. Like, they're not selling like they're like you would think they are with selling so many consoles. And all you got to do is look at the top 10 every month of what is selling on PlayStation, and it's not their first party. And Sony thinks that they can get away with charging this extra money. It's actually blowing up in their face. And the fact that they got PSN Plus, and they are too stingy to want to put those games day and date in there to boost not only their subscription service, but also bring more life into these games. Because I'm gonna tell you this, Don, if it wasn't for the bundles, Horizon probably would be at like 4 million sold. And then if you also implement this, like, nobody, and I mean nobody that I've talked to that's played Horizon Forbidden West, which I'm excited for. I can't wait for it to drop on PC. Has said that they enjoyed the game that much to play it. There's some people that said that they haven't finished it because it's just a bore, which I don't know. I like Horizon.
It depends. I wondering if that's a pacing thing, or people felt like they paid too much. Right? Like that sticks in people's craw. Like, they're like, oh man, I paid $70 and I'm just not getting into this right off the bat, right off the rip, right? Like, I'm looking actually forward to that game, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah. But this is what they were talking about on those earlier leaks, is they have to diversify. They have to start releasing on different platforms. They have to start having streaming as an option. They have to having mobile as an option. They're going to have to start doing PC sooner. I think there are ways away from day and date. That's a whole nother conversation just from a development pipeline standpoint. But they need to have more port studios working in conjunction with the main studios. So, like, let's say the main game drops on the console, and the Port Studio can get early access, and they help out, and they can get it on PC within a month or two or something like that. Like I think gamers will forgive that. To be honest with you.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
Especially if you give a good PC port, I think PC gamers will definitely not have an issue with that. So yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, like, you can talk about sales numbers. The sales numbers are, I want to say they're not equivalent. They're not irrelevant, because they are relevant. But the problem is, what you're seeing is a small picture of the pie. You're not seeing the cost of development to profit, right? Right. You're not seeing it. You're seeing a raw number of units sold. That doesn't tell me the full story. Are they working in the negative? Are they working in the... did Horizon Zero Dawn, I doubt this is the case, but you said 4 million copies?
No, it sold over 8. It was like 8.6.
Okay, 8.6. I don't want to shortchange it. So let's say 8.6 million copies of Horizon Zero Dawn, right? Was it profitable at 6 million? I don't know. Was it profitable? Is it profitable at 2 million? Right? We don't know. We don't know the level of success, right? You got it in homes. And then here's the other thing. How much are people engaging with it? Are people playing through enough, and they like the game enough, if they make a third one, that people are willing to buy it? That's the other question. We just don't know.
Well, in the leaks, they do have a chart, and I'm looking for that chart right now, where they're talking about the budget of these games.
Spider-Man?
Of Spider-Man, yeah, you can go to that right now if you want to. But
is that already in the thing?
Yeah, it should be already in there.
Okay,
yeah, but see, this is another thing too that I'm going to read. Because there's so much stuff that I have, but I'm not going to send it to you. I'll just read it. Where they're talking about the sales, the PC sales, from the PC, right?
Okay,
and you can tell the excitement from when they first brought these games over to the PC to now, where people are like, nah, man. You know what? You want to treat us like a second fiddle? We're just not going to buy your games until you understand that we want our games. We want those games day and date, or we want them released. I'm sure 2 or 3 months after release.
So they saw a trend of excitement, and then it dropped off.
Yeah,
is what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Horizon Zero Dawn sold 3.3 million on PC. God of War sold 2.5 million when it released. Days Gone, 1.7 million. Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, 1.3. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, 483,000. Spider-Man Miles Morales, 450,000. Sackboy, the Big Adventure, 62.9K. Like, Returnal, those numbers are under 1 million. Yeah, like you see what I'm saying. Like when it first came out, like everybody was excited. It was like, okay, finally, Sony is now getting on board and seeing that the PC gamer is valued. Then Sony was like, oh well, they saw these first initial numbers. It's like, oh okay, well we can wait 4 or 5 years, and then people's like, no, you can't. You need to do what Xbox is doing, or a couple of months after. Don't be bullshitting. And that's also another reason why Square Enix was like, we got to put the next entry of Final Fantasy on Rebirth 3 to 4 months after 3 to 6 months after the release on the PlayStation 5, because they see now what happened with Final Fantasy Rebirth, that it lost money because they waited too long to get it. So
that relevancy window of being the hot product and everything you advertise went out the window, and people looked. If it's not on the thing they had, they moved on, and that's the other challenge with this stuff is people don't really understand is people will move on. They will move on so quickly because why? Because there's a lot of content to play. There's a lot more games to play than I have time, and I make my own schedule. Like that's the harsh reality. That's where we're at in regards to that. So it's interesting to say the least.
All right. Okay, so now you can go to the Tataku stuff where they talk about the budgeting and then like I pulled what was in the article. Well, I pulled what was in the leaks under that big paragraph. And what is going on. You don't have to show the paragraph. I'll read part of the paragraph.
Oh no, I just want to pull it up. I pulled it up right here. What you saying?
Okay, all right. And then the whole thing about and this is something that you peeped me up on game a long time ago about, Sony is not making the money like people think they are. Like the game is selling well, but Disney is getting that bread.
Yes. Well, that's the advantage of owning your IP, right?
Right.
Like you set the terms of that, and you always get paid. Like Microsoft got paid for all those Halo TV series.
Yeah.
Paramount may not have made that much money, but Microsoft did. Right? It's the same thing when you flip it around. And you even talk about like the Last of Us show. Like guaranteed Sony made money. I don't know who they partnered with or anything like that. Sony's a little bit different entity because they produce their own movies. But anyways, go ahead and get into the numbers. I pulled it up for anyone that wants to check it out live with us here.
All right. So PlayStation is paid anywhere from they paid upwards of $300 million on Spider-Man. Like, that's advertising, all that, right? They made a deal with Disney or Marvel to where they had to sell 6 million or more in order for them to sustain their deal. And for every bundle, Marvel gets 35 to 50% of that bundle, on top of the fact that they get their royalties. And if the game, and if whatever Marvel game that PlayStation is gonna have, they have to sell that 6 million, and if they don't, they have to pay an additional $9 million for them to try to hold on to just because they
sorry for
messed
smiling.
up on the.
You know why I'm smiling. You know why I'm smiling.
I know why you're smiling. I know why you're smiling. They had to pay an additional $9 million in order, saying for pretty much, royalty fees on top of them for not hitting the 6 million mark. And if they want to try to hold on to the contract, they got to pay an additional $9 million. So they would have, if they don't hit the 6 million mark, they have to pay up to upwards of almost $18 million more for them to sustain the deal. Or Disney can back out and just say, we'll go to somebody else. And so when you look at this, it even gets worse, because this is where the Tataku stuff comes. And I'm going to read this. I got to get to it. It says, in September, an email from Sony's full-time employee maxed headcount to 470, down from its current estimate of 485 employees. PowerPoint slides from the September presentation reference 6 potential areas to reduce headcount, including few layoffs, not backfiling certain positions, and placing up to 5 employees on performance improvement plans, which might eventually end them getting fired. A more recent presentation in November of this year points to potentially more drastic cuts, slimming down on Ratchet and Clank and cutting new IPs will not account for the reduction Sony is looking for. Read the PowerPoints attributed to Insomniac, read Ted Price. To remove 50 to 75 people strategically, our best option is to cut deeply into Wolverine and Spider-Man 3, replacing lower performers with team members from Ratchet and Clank's new IP. So the budget with Spider-Man and Marvel is cutting into other studios, and now there's more leaks that's coming out that's saying that Sony is going to have to close studios in order to sustain this deal because they've increased the deal with Marvel to make X-Men games until 3035.
Okay, I want I want to talk about this, right?
Yes,
But
yes. I'm
but
gonna let you cook.
I want to rewind the clock a little bit back.
Okay.
Does everyone remember when the Star Wars game that EA released, Battlefront, came out?
Yeah.
And all the controversy there, and everyone complained about microtransactions, and everyone got mad at EA.
There you go.
EA sold them on an idea, but guess who improved it? Disney. This proves that Disney will get paid, right? You show them a business model they like, you make the value proposition is something that they don't have to take a risk on. I mean, they'll take somewhat of a risk if, like, hey, the game comes out like crap that reflects poorly on Spider-Man or whatever, or future Spider-Man games. But they do very little risk. And the risk is on all their partners. And all those partners, sorry, these games are not, like I keep saying, like, I don't think these games are profitable anything that has a Disney contract, because I know how expensive. I know how expensive they are. I know they're really expensive. I don't know all the details. I just know that they're expensive. This is what I've talked to with my peers, leadership at a certain company I used to do work for and stuff like that. Like, these are not. If you're the developer, you're taking way more risk doing this IP. You just are, just because the numbers are astronomical. And Insomniac's a good developer, but that's
they're a great developer.
That's a harsh reality. But this is the reason why I'm not a fan of the Blade. It's not. I'm not actually like the character of Blade. If you talk about it like, hey man, I'm going to do this thing that's kind of like Ninja Gaiden, but it's like Blade, and it's in this world, the vampire. On paper, everything sounds amazing, right?
Right.
But I know that there's a cost that comes along with that. And I'm like, okay, do I want this IP that's not a game turned into a game? Or if I were in that same shoes, would I want to develop a new IP with the chance of owning everything in that IP, and I can sell that to other partners, right? For what they call transmedia, which is typically comic books, movie rights, all that sort of stuff. I'd rather have the second. This is the reason why we had the conversation about, like, possibly Microsoft buying that DC deal back in the day, and I was so against it. And DC deals are not as bad as Marvel deals, just so you know. It's a lot cheaper. It's still for those reasons alone. Look how much money they're spending just to keep the rights.
Oh.
Would you rather roll the dice on that money and have a new IP?
Oh no, I would rather have a new IP, but that's the thing. So, like, I sent you some stuff as well but I don't want you to go there yet.
Okay.
But I want it because the article that you're showing, I'm going to read another part to it because it just adds to what you're saying.
Yeah.
It says, because this is what's going to give you your answer of what you asked for. It says, okay, so the pre-production began for 2018, and at the peak earlier this year were 264 developers working directly on the project, with an additional 116 contributing in the form of managers, IT staff, and other support roles. 314 minutes of cinematics alone cost over $40 million. The final cost was roughly $30 million over the original $270 million budget, according to the presentation, required to sell the game at 7.2 million copies at full price to break even. So the game has sold 6.1 million copies as of, it says November 12th, but from what it showed, that it's still at 6 million at this point. But the thing of it is, though, Don, is that what gets you your answer, that in order for Sony to break even, they have to sell 7.2 million. And what's crazy is that the game is going to depreciate in costs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it has to.
After the first 2 months. After the first 2 months.
Yeah,
So
bro.
so now you drop it $10. Let's say you sell it for $60, right? How
Yeah.
much more time do you got? And now you have to do more than that other 2 million. Like, I'm rounding numbers, right?
Yeah.
But you get where I'm
Right,
going
right,
with
right, right,
that.
right, 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 right.
So yeah, like, this is what I've been telling people. And a lot of times I'll say something, and yeah, I don't know if I'm not relating to gamers enough or anything like that, but sometimes I feel like I yell into an ether. Like, people are not hearing what I'm saying telling them. But I'm trying to provide information so people can have the conversation, right? And this is the conversation. I mean, if you look at, we'll apply to, apply this to Wolverine. We can apply this probably to the Indiana Jones game as well. I guarantee you Disney is that deal. I think it was already signed before Microsoft bought Bethesda, but yeah, that one's gonna be rough. Like, I don't know if if those games do really well for Microsoft. I don't know if they're gonna be profitable. That's the
No,
crazy.
unless there's a kickback somehow off of Game Pass
Yeah,
for them to get something from Game
they
Pass.
might have a plan for that financially, as far as the business model works, and maybe they can sign deals like that with less risk. But that's still, I look at that number and I look at, like, all the talent in the industry, and I'm just like, man, that's 2 new IPs.
Oh, it's more than that, because there's a list of all these games that's canceled from Sony
yeah.
that they could have been working on.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah,
At a minimum, it's 2 new
there's tons.
2 new IPs they could have owned.
Yeah.
And own all the rights to it. Like, it's not enough. It's not. Spider-Man's a good game. I look forward to playing Spider-Man 2. Like, I want to be very clear about that. Very clear. It's not hating on the product. It's just the economics of developing a product like that. And I just don't. Makes you question what was Spider-Man 1. What what happened with Miles Morales? Like, or was this an extension? Was this an extension, like, hey, they renegotiated the deal? They doubled down on Spider-Man 2 in order to get these numbers. So, yeah, like, it's an expensive bet, man. It costs so much.
And they're in bed with Marvel until 35, because they're working on the X-Men games. They'll be and out of the things that in 6 of the games, well, 4 of the games that were the gas games that Sony was working on, they had to cancel them. 3 of them sounded amazing, like the Spider-Man Web game, online game that was canceled. The whole premise of that seemed amazing. There was another game that was the X-Men online game. I would have been all for that. That would have made me say, look, I'm invested into what PlayStation is doing with you doing something like that. But they canceled that all because they had to sell their soul to the devil, pretty much, by trying to retain to make these to keep Spider-Man, and to also keep the X-Men, because in the contract it also says that, like, Microsoft or any other company cannot use the X-Men characters for anything. So pretty much, if Microsoft wanted to do Deadly Alliance, no X-Men characters can be in Deadly Alliance. So
yeah,
that's crazy. So, but yeah, no, if you want to go and show another chart, which is the one where it shows PlayStation strategy going forward, talking about following the Xbox method of putting their games on everything.
Oh, is it that? That's the one chart.
That was the first chart, that you showed. That just comes to shows the narrative that a lot of people had about, like, services is bad and that it's killing gaming. I would like to see what those people feel like now, knowing that Sony is going to make that same push, and eventually they're going to do the same thing that Xbox is doing, and they'll be at a time where games that comes on PlayStation will go day and date into PC. If not actually day and date, very, very close to it. But they got the same strategy as what Xbox is doing. They've also said in those PowerPoints, look, the ABK deal hit Sony really, really hard. I don't know how like on top of this situation, for what you see, for what Sony's going to try to follow the Xbox or Microsoft strategy, how is your what the health of PlayStation right now? Is it? Do you think it's in a really bad state right now? Because I do. I think that the house is burning,
No.
and I think that you don't think it's in a bad state. Because
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're going away, but I think
this
that
is the reason why we had
state.
that you had that conversation. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Because I don't want to put words
Yeah,
in your mouth, and I don't want to like.
yeah,
Obviously, I'm not here to cause conflict on two different views. But
right.
no, I don't think that. But expand upon what you think, and I'll tell you how I look at it. So.
Okay. All right. So the strategy it's kind of like what we were talking about with the E3 thing,
Mm-hmm.
with E3 taking too long to making that move to
Okay.
in order for them to sustain themselves to still be viable. The same thing applies with PlayStation. They held on to the old trope for too long about the console, and and then almost took out the competition with it, which was Xbox. But it didn't happen. And Xbox used a strategy that at the time nobody was a fan of. I really can't say nobody. I was cool with it, but most people wasn't a fan of, by putting games on PC. Going the route, adding in a service and all that, because it made gamers feel that they didn't value the
This
console.
the strategy basically started 5 years ago with Xbox.
Right,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
And now you look at PlayStation strategy, and they were riding high, everything was this. But where I'm saying that Olympus is falling is the fact that they are not going to be the market leader too much longer.
Okay.
They will be. That's why I'm talking about, like, the house is burning from the standpoint of where everybody is catering to PlayStation, because PlayStation is the market leader. They sell the most consoles. I said this and I will still say this. Xbox will win the market share, be the market leader without selling PlayStation or Nintendo and consoles, because of all of the strategies that they're making right now. And now Sony sees it, but I'm feeling that it's a little bit too late, because the narrative that they've given to their gamers is that we want quality, this and that, streaming is not good, services are not good. And I feel that for the most part, that the gamer, the hardcore, is going to shun them, and the casual is only going to continue to keep buying the same games that now will benefit Microsoft, because like the Call of Duties and Overwatches and Diablos and stuff like that. So that's why I'm thinking like Sony is in a weird position to being 2 or 3.
Well, I guess my perspective is completely different. I think
Okay.
if I could
Okay.
sum up what you're saying and just make sure I
Yeah.
understand you correctly, you're saying the decisions they're making, Sony,
Yeah.
now
Right.
were to address the now and not to tomorrow. Where Microsoft's decisions they were making is for addressing tomorrow. You get where I'm going with
Yes.
that, the
Yes.
future.
Yes.
And that's how it works, right? Like Sony's doing really
Right.
well right now. That's because of decisions they
Mhm.
made back then, right?
Back then.
Right.
Yes.
But the decisions they make now are going to affect them down the road.
Right.
And Microsoft's already turned that giant battleship this
Mhm.
direction. The way I view it is this. I think Sony's market share will shrink a little bit. It will. I think eventually will shrink a bit. And the way I look at it is, you talk about like a pie chart, right? And everyone's got a sliver. Some have more, some have less, right? I think Microsoft's strategy is to grow that pie chart more and then increase the diameter of it. And I think that's the grand vision what's going to happen to gaming. I think we're going to see Sony's percentage of that will shrink, but they'll still have continuous growth. Does that make sense? Because that slice can be smaller, but it's fatter at the other end, because that whole diameter is affected and helped out everybody. If you get where I'm going with that. So I see gaming being less of this thing where I call myself a gamer, you call yourself a gamer. It's just something you do. You're not a gamer. Like, I always think that term's weird, but it is something you do in those situations. So that's how I look at Sony. So Sony has a lot of goodwill with their fan base. Diehards, people that don't even look at other brands, they don't care. They're not even the people you talk to online. They don't care. I just buy a PlayStation. No big deal.
Right.
Right? All new
Right.
PlayStation came out. Cool. Like, they don't have to get any further into that.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I think Microsoft's share will grow. I think Nintendo's is going to shrink a little bit, to be honest, too. And that's if they don't change anything. They just stay in their exact lane that they are doing right now. If they don't make any mistakes, they don't do an Xbox One thing. Like if Sony doesn't do anything like that, right? I think that sliver of the pie will be a little bit less, but that pie is going to be so much bigger. And in general, they'll make a decent amount more money. Because you see like their user base every generation gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Right? But it doesn't get smaller, but it's not leaps and beyond what they were doing before. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of how I see it. I mean, it's irrelevant that they're first, second, or third in my view. My thing is, are they a relevant platform for, say, a third party to want to publish on? And I think they're going to continue to be that. In regards
Oh
to
yeah, no question about that. Right.
little too late on the rest of the strategy. I think that strategy is going to keep them in the game. I think if they didn't do any of it, I think they would lose more of that sliver that we're talking about. It just slows the bleeding. I think it's what it does. But I don't expect going to next generation, like unless they make a major mistake that pisses off their fan base. I just see them just releasing another console. They'll have that big uplift during the beginning of it, and near the tail end of it, they'll have a decent user base that they can rely on, and that user base will expand to multiple platforms for them as well. And but I think Microsoft, since the early start, because what they have is an early start on all this, and that affects Nintendo Switch, affects Sony, because everything's portable. You can
Yeah.
you can game, not a problem, right?
Right.
On your phone, if you want to do that, you can game on your television right now if you want to do that. As those things become more acceptable for people that don't care about latency or the visual quality of something, that's going to keep those people continuously engaged, and they'll continue to make money off that. And then Game Pass is a big one. Like Game Pass creates a continuous revenue stream for
Yep.
Microsoft. Basically, they became their own Blockbuster. Is what they've done
Yes, they did. Yeah.
with their
Yeah.
own Netflix, right?
Netflix.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. But basically, they became their own thing, and they want to share the profit with the developers. And there's all sorts of different types of developers that are out there that are into that. So, yeah, I think I don't think doom and gloom for PlayStation. Like as somebody that's working, I plan on releasing on the platform unless something terribly goes wrong, right? But will their market share be probably less? I'm willing to bet that. I'm also willing to
Yeah.
bet that's going to affect Nintendo as well. All the portable
Mm.
PCs, the fact that you can do XCloud on not only XCloud on those, but you can also just do Game Pass natively, or if you want to
Yeah.
stream. So your options are there with Xbox, and they're known with the branding, and they're known pretty well. In regards to that, like Sony got a lot of negative press with their PlayStation Portal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they did.
Right. And really, realistically, it's just a streaming device, right? It's nothing crazy or anything like that. Like and people complain about the cost. Like the screen costs some money. The controller costs some money. Like,
Right.
You don't find value in it, that's fine. But like looking at it from a cost of goods perspective, it makes sense of what they charge for that. Doesn't mean I would buy it, but I get where that's going. So, yeah, I just don't see doom and gloom. I do see growth in the industry as a whole, and I think Sony will benefit from that. It just their percentage will be less.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. One last thing before we get to our last topic, and then it's the fun topic, so we can get out of here because we went really long. Fantastic show though. Um, there's been people that's out there that's saying that uh, the future leads to both PlayStation and Xbox becoming pretty much a third party entity. And because I think that they're seeing the reality that consoles won't are not are becoming irrelevant. There will still have a fan base, but
Yeah.
do you think that both companies here in the near future will be pretty much both third party, and everybody will be playing everything on anything?
So you think no walled off garden on platforms?
That's what some people are saying. I don't agree with that segment at all. I think that as long that Xbox is not going to get to the point to where they are the number one, are the number one, and then all of a sudden, like, well, we got it. It was great. Let's just go ahead and put our content on PlayStation and Nintendo, saying willy nilly. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see that, and I don't see that from PlayStation as either. So, or Nintendo. So I just think that whole situation that whole thought process is a little wild. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on it real quick.
I guess the question is like seeing the two big dogs fold. That's a hard one to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see one maybe be a third party down the road, and I'm not necessarily rooting for it or anything like that. But I'm not sure about Nintendo's future, to be honest with you. And this is gonna sound like I'm picking on them or anything like that. But the reality is, and this is, I'm just looking at the market. Nintendo's Switch is doing really well. We know the successor is around the corner. Developers we're talking about, just so you know, like it's around the corner. I don't know when they're going to release it or whether the final specs are going to be, but they're out there. The problem that I see with Nintendo is their market share is shrinking because they consolidated their portable and their console market into one device, right?
Yeah.
And so if you look at their market share as a whole is shrinking. You look at their platform, it's still the platform with the least amount of third-party support. Okay, and the reason why you have consoles, the reason why you decide I'm going to be an Xbox, I'm going to be a Sony, I'm going to be a Nintendo. The reason why you do that is so you can make profit on games you don't even make.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing more profitable than having a game, just having the ability to be published on your platform, and you didn't have to pay for that development of that product. Think about how OP that is for a platform provider. Right now, the leaders are on the console market are Nintendo, which is Xbox and Sony, as of right now. So that's why I would say when people look at like who won the console wars and stuff like that, I'm like, if you really want to have the conversation, it really was Sony. Realistically, last generation, realistically, it was Sony. Even though, and then if you talk about, well, Nintendo outpaced them on Switch on such and such a date, Sony's still outdoing them because they have more games published on their platform. In regards to that, so people are complaining about what cut they take for themselves. That's the whole point of a platform. That's the reason why you do it. That's the reason why Steam publishes games on their platform, so they can take a cut. That's why you're a platform provider. I mean, hell, we're on YouTube. I'm not mad that YouTube takes a cut once this channel becomes profitable. Doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me at all because they took the risk to make the platform. You get where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
So that's where the money's made in regards to that. So so the question is, what point does that sliver shrink down to Nintendo goes, okay, we have to do something different? Because obviously Sony's doing it. This is the thing that everyone said Sony's not doing, right? How long would you hear? And this is not new information to the public, but it's not it's not new information.
I've been saying it forever that it was going to happen. I mean, it was inevitable. Yeah.
Okay. Here's the other thing. I think their strategy has changed slightly from this.
Who? Nintendo or PlayStation?
PlayStation. I don't know what the new strategy is. But
well, yeah, no, that's the new strategy of what we're seeing right here. Like, I mean, but this is something that they haven't sent out to the public yet. But the thing that I've been saying for years is that, look, PlayStation, if what Xbox is doing is going to take off, PlayStation is going to follow suit because they're not going to leave money on the table. If they can get more hands and eyes and they can sell their consoles and get more people on televisions and cell phones and PCs and things like that. They want that money too. There is no way in hell that Sony is just going to let Microsoft get all the money. And they said, no, the console sells enough. And I said that it's the software and all that other stuff. But we now know Sony now look at this and say, yeah.
Well, there's more. There's more to it. What I'm saying is because, like, you know how they keep pushing games as a service, right?
Yeah.
And then Sony's slowly kind of dipping their toes in.
Mm-hmm.
What happened with Naughty Dog? They pulled their toe back out.
That's right.
Who's leaving from Sony?
Jim Ryan.
Jim Ryan was the biggest component of doing that. Who's seeing issues over at Bungie? About they may dissolve into Sony and lose their third-party independence?
Yeah.
Because they're not making enough profit? So, are they walking away from games as a service? Or are they just saying select people we're going to bring on as games as a service? I don't know what their strategy is there, but it's changing, right? You can see in the language from Naughty Dog when they canceled it.
Yeah.
Right? Saying we're going back to our roots.
What you also tell us is that you can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, like 343 and like the Coalition, so forth and so forth.
Well, 343's latest track record is not the best, but I get what you're trying to say. Right. But
right.
What I'm trying to get at is maybe their strategy is somewhat changing on that, because the biggest advocate was Jim Ryan, and now Jim Ryan's on the way out. Either he's out because of the poor execution of it, or he's out because the board doesn't 100% agree with him, and maybe this model has slightly evolved, has changed to some degree. I don't know what it is, but I have a question mark because of it. So yeah, that's just how that stuff goes. It's not that big of a deal. In regards to that, things are changing. Like you're not buying a cartridge anymore. You're not blowing on cartridges. You're not polishing disc on your T-shirt. Hope you don't scratch it just so you can get the disc to read. Physical media doesn't last forever as much as people think it does. Like things change. Things are going to change. The question is, what type of positive influence you want to have, and where do you want to see the direction of this change? I don't think all games are going to work as games as a service. I just don't think it does.
No, absolutely not. No.
Yeah, but is there room for games as a service? Absolutely. Is there room for free to play? Absolutely.
Yep.
I want to say something controversial. Is there room for loot boxes coming back? Absolutely. Right?
Should have never left.
Yeah. Same thing with same with like season passes. There's rooms for these different types of business models is what I'm trying to say. Not every gamer can be painted into this box, and everyone's that type of gamer. That sort of structure is gone. It's been gone for quite a while. And so, the question is, how do you want to spend your money? Like, for example, I got, Mortal Kombat. I got the Shut Up edition. I was going to get the Shut Up edition.
Oh, okay.
And I realized I got more characters. I've got the base model and just bought the extra characters.
Ah, gotcha.
So I did that. Right.
Okay.
But I did the value proposition. I look at what they're offering me, what I want. This is my set of money I have set aside, and I decided to purchase it. That's how that works. Not a big deal.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. Well, let's move on to the last one. If you don't mind, you can go ahead and show that greatness.
What one am I showing? Which one am I showing?
You showing the lady. So what happened? Because I want to get your thoughts about this.
Oh,
let's go.
You chose this picture of all things.
Oh, because that's what I came to. Okay, so this. Let's go. All right, so what happened? Stop it. Okay, so I haven't been on Twitch in forever, right? And I'm starting to see these people all on Twitch talking about this whole situation, this new thing, meta as they call it, where women are oiling themselves but not showing themselves. And so
Too hot
it's
for Devin
considered
Gamer.
art.
Ah.
Yeah, oh my goodness. And so anyway, after I got offline with playing Madden last night,
Okay.
I was like, man, let me go on Twitch because I'm finna get ready to get back on it. I wanted to check, do I still have followers?
Let's just go live. Right? Let's just go to Twitch live right now. Okay. Keep going.
Okay. That being said, he didn't want to keep that picture there. All right, so I go there, and so I see this art section or whatever, and so I'm like, what is this? So anyway, I go there, and that's the first picture that I see, and I'm sitting here reading the comments, and then I go, and then I see more and more and more. They even got a twerking thing now, which that was kind of fun to see, but I just couldn't believe it. Like, what? Like, so. Man, why don't you just have an OnlyFans section, Twitch? That's my whole thing. Stop trying to play, because people are taking what your rules are and they're just changing it to something
Wait,
else.
It gets worse.
Okay,
it gets worse.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
All right, this is the first thing that comes up. First thing comes up.
Told you.
Right?
Told you.
Right,
told you.
Okay, pull this up.
Told you.
I'm not done. See this hammer? When I move the cursor, there's a hammer there now.
Oh.
I'm afraid what? No,
what?
I'm not. No.
What?
No.
Oh, you can do it. No, look at it.
Right on top of her head.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Anyways. This is the state of Twitch. This is gaming. Anyways.
Right. It's in the gaming section, but it's also art section.
This is just chatting. I think they keep changing. I've heard about this. So they keep changing the rules. On what's going on here, right? And people always try to skirt the rules. Why do they always try to skirt the rules? Because they're trying to game the system to get people to, click on them. And I don't get mad about this stuff from the sense of like they're stealing view. Like you hear like conversations like that. Because let's be honest. Look at this face and look at what those girls are doing.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah,
whoever's clicking
Sundays are cooked.
Whoever's looking at those girls are not interested in this face. they're
not interested in any fighters that I play on Fight Night Sunday. They give two shits about us.
Listen, not even Dead or Alive can go compete with that, right? So like, what I'm saying is that doesn't bother me. Where it's a little bit, I would say, concerning, and this is maybe my conservative side coming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want the platform to feel safe for children to be able to get on and just watch, right? And different moral values are out there. Certain people are going to have problems with that. It's not something I would want my kids.
Don, I think that ship has sailed many moons ago, because ever since the cell phones and access to
I know if they want to
to
find it, they can find it, but they have to go looking for it. Is what I'm trying to say, right? Like on YouTube, I'm sure you can find it, but it's not the first thing that shows up on your damn feed.
Right. That's right.
What is there's a big difference between that, right? And here's the thing: if these girls, and hey, I'm a connoisseur of women. I think they're beautiful, right?
Right. Yeah, I like all types of women. Yeah.
Yeah. But these girls were on sites where, let's say, that sort of stuff was a little more acceptable. They wouldn't stand a chance. And the reason why I say that,
I don't know, Don.
There's a reason why I say that.
Out there for different things.
There's a reason why I say that. This stuff is popular on Twitch because it's a surprise. Surprise cleavage or cleavage on demand. Like there's a difference. There's a different market for that. And I think it's because it's, whoa, surprise. Yeah, so it's that sort of thing. So that I think is more of the egregious part of it. So some sort of filters, obviously kids can lie on filters.
There's got to be some better filters. I tell you what, man.
I get that. Like I get all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But whatever, man. It's a wild place.
Man, when I seen those big old things of Huggies right there, I said, "Yo, what?" And I couldn't believe it. Like, and then I went for, and then it was just, and then of course you go down. I like to go down the rabbit hole, so I'm just looking, and I'm just like, yo, this the hot tub stuff ain't nothing compared to the stuff that's out there now. So, and then
Yeah,
the
but
comments and
isn't
just
the
the yeah.
isn't it the evolution of the hot tub stuff?
Oh yeah, this is the evolution of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you wanted to take care, but now they found a new way. And I'm never gonna knock a woman for making her money. Like do what you do. Like you know what I'm saying. Like if that's what's paying the bills, if that's what's giving you to go out and do extra things, then so be it. That gets you extra Christmas presents for the holidays. Actually, do what you do. I'm not gonna hustle. I ain't gonna trip on anybody's hustle for their money, but I do agree that the whole thing of kids and stuff like, but it it goes deeper than that with me for the reason because you keep on applying these rules, and if people will find a way to break those rules, and you have no choice but to comply because you're thinking that you won and you never do. So why don't you just leave things as is and move and just stop it. You know what I mean? And then when it gets too egregious, you just shut it down. Because, like I said, this is right here on the necks of just OnlyFans. Go right ahead and just add it in there. Just add a section where it's completely locked off. You gotta sign in or pay a membership for it or something, and just add that shit to Twitch because that's where it's headed.
Okay,
Eventually.
okay. No, it's taking it even a step further. This is more than the hammer. More than the hammer. I apologize to everyone. People donate, and their names get put on the black bars.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'll be a little bit embarrassed if my name was there.
Right? No, you wouldn't. You would be like,
well, it's because I paid money for that. When I have that in the other room,
and you would
wife.
say the dumb. Yeah, no, bro. No.
But,
no.
Yeah,
I don't think I maybe if I'm really really old or something, you know what I'm saying, I might get that thirsty, but I'm never that thirsty.
It's weird because
not paying to get that's
it's weird because I want people to have the freedom to do what they want within
right.
Because
I want to touch and squeeze and feel. I don't want to just look.
Within reason, right? Like let's just agree on the kids. So just leave kids alone as best as we can, right? Let's keep them out of this situation, right? Next
is says fuck them kids.
Next is if girls want to do that, it's not what I would recommend. It's not it's not something a path I would recommend for a lady, but that's their choice. That's not my business. It really is.
What does that do for them when they get older? Like that's the thing right there is like let's say that you become this is your life for let's say for 20 years. You have a child.
Mm-hmm.
And for 20, 25 years or something, and you have a child, and then that kid goes to school, and then what the other kids are going to do. They're going to say what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see your mama. Yeah, whatever. And then that's where the problems come when I see these young ladies out, present themselves the way that they do.
Yeah,
I mean, listen, but I'm not knocking their hustle on the money.
I would like them just to have a little bit of forethought. If you had the forethought as best
more dignity,
best you can, and honestly, I value women more than they have to do that sort of stuff. And I wish they would value themselves more. But then that being said, it's not my choice. It's not my choice to make for them. That is their choice to make for themselves. I'm gonna look. You're gonna show it. I'm gonna look. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that. But what I'm getting at is it's not like the moral value I would. I have nieces. I have who knows kids down the road if they're gonna be daughters or whatnot and stuff like that. And I want them to live in the world where they don't feel like they have to do that to get ahead. In regards to that. And so I'll try to teach whatever value and try to be supportive along those lines as much as I possibly can. But if the individual wants to do that, that's fine. Can we just agree that like maybe make it a little bit harder
make it a
little bit harder if Twitch is going to support that, make it a little bit harder.
Give us you know what I'm saying? I love the women empowerment, but let's have women be empowered in other ways instead of where they have to always show their body. Because I don't have a problem with women sexualizing themselves if they, you know what I'm saying, if that's their choice. But I also feel that it shouldn't be the very first thing for them to want to do to and then make it seem like that is empowering because they twerk, or because they want to be half naked and have oil, on their bodies. Like, listen, getting educated, looking at prominent women that's successful, like Oprah and Michelle Obama and others like that, like, and other women, if you care for Nancy Reagan and stuff like that, there's plenty of other women that is Liz Cheney, plenty of
But
prominent women out there that doesn't have to show their bodies to be looked at,
yeah,
dignified, and still be respected. That's what I care about. I
yeah,
mean, I think that's because, as me having a daughter, that's what I try to
yeah. Like, I mean, you're a man
instill
with
in
a
her.
daughter. Like, in like,
Yeah.
man, I think that would damage you if you were going on Twitch and you saw that and it was your daughter.
That's what I'm saying.
It would
Like,
damage you,
bro.
It would damage you.
And but what can I say to a grown 24-year-old woman? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to stop this, and but like, and that's the thing. Like, as a father, that would crush me. Because, like, but then at the end, like, because like I just said, I can't knock anybody's hustle. But damn, what made you feel like you needed to do this to make this to do that? And the way society is that, you got to have the money, you got to have this, you got to do that, and that's the sad part about it. But I pray to the Lord. Don't let me come and see. Don't let me, because I'm going straight to her house. Like, bro, like, what you doing? Because she just stays just like 2.5 miles away from me. I'm gonna ride right over there. Dude, what the hell are you doing?
You would do this. You put your hand over the screen.
Yes.
And you would cause trouble on that Twitch chat like nobody's business.
Oh yeah.
Wait until I get over there. Pull that.
And she'll know it's me too. Yeah, she'll know it's me because I'm going to say.
You'll pull that USB cord right out of her webcam.
Oh, I'm coming out. Yeah, if I got to cut the line from outside, that shit going off, Jack.
I guess my message is, girls, you can do whatever you want. It is a free society. But there are guys that value you more, and I think society does value women more than just being just avoiding the areolas. Yeah. It's just not. There's always a short-term perspective, I think, when you're younger. And I'd
rather see your face. When I see your ass more than your face, that's a problem. So,
well, if your ankle's above your ears, then there's a problem too. So, like,
that's according to what's happening now. That might be something different anyway.
Not on a game stream, if you know. What I mean.
Yeah, that on the game stream. No, not on the game stream.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like, that's not gaming, guys. Like I get it. I get it. We're all young ones, but yeah. Just ladies, you got more to offer than that. That's all I gotta say. Like, as somebody that's an uncle, and
we got Don uncomfortable. We better get out of here.
It's not uncomfortable. Like, obviously, things. People like.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, like, I have pretty strict values on myself, and I acknowledge that. But it's a big difference when I try to force that onto somebody else. I think that's an overstep in regards to that, and so that's something I always try not to do. But yeah, it's the world's gonna do what it's gonna do on that sort of thing. So it is what it is. So
yeah, it is what it is. Well, Don, this was great for 2023. You know what I'm saying? Right before we get out here, and to be very quick, what was your biggest disappointing for 2023? What was the most pleasing thing for you for 2023?
The most pleasant surprise was Hi-Fi Rush.
Okay.
Because that's what I want to see in games. Stealth launch, excitement drop. Oh, you got me excited. You showed me this new thing, and I can play it right now.
That's great.
Oh, wait. I didn't even have to save up for it. It's in Game Pass. That's what you're telling me? That was executed perfectly. And I'm not into rhythm games. So that's a big thing. My biggest disappointment. Not a lot. It's disappointing me this year. I think it's just time. I think my biggest disappointment is time. Not have enough time to play the games. And that's a perfect problem for a gamer to have. To be honest with you, like, I make my own hours. I do a game when I want to. My wife is ridiculously supportive.
So is mine.
In regards to now, then again, if I start hanging out with a black box, hanging around my junk and being on Twitch, she might say something about that. But no, that she's hugely supported on that. So it's just time. Time's my biggest disappointment.
This man's choking over here, man. This is probably the longest Devin the Gamer that we've ever done. Yeah, this man choking over here. For me, High Five Rush, yeah, by far the best, the biggest and the best for me in 2023. And the biggest disappointment, it would have been Redfall, but since it's anything, it's gaming journalism. It's fallen on the wayside. It's absolutely garbage now. It's the review process, the way the media just uses the console war for their clicks to try to preserve themselves. Them being so hypocritical, and get on their soapbox, talk down upon people. I mean, Greg Miller calling somebody out their name, and that person doesn't have an opportunity to stand up for themselves by calling them a dumb MF
because he doesn't have the following and
right, yeah, lower rating the person, and then in the same sentence, within a month, try to tell gamers what is good for them news wise, what's newsworthy, and this and that. That's just a part of it. It's been bad all year. So that's the most disappointing for me. But
yeah, I mean, I think your heroes become villains, right? Like that's the problem that we're seeing on mass there. So, but yeah, that's a big one, man. My opinion's already been there for a long time, so like that's the reason why it wouldn't be part of mine. But I get it where you're coming from. Like you still had a bit of respect reserved for them, regardless of all their flaws, and treat them just like as humans. And then you're like, nah, we see the real side in regards to that. And yeah, I think it disappoints me is their gatekeeping. That's the big deal that I have with it, right? Like I think anyone can do what they're doing, right? May not be good right off the bat. It may take some work, may take some effort, but if they're willing to chase after that, and that's something they want to pursue, I say if you're a content creator, go ahead and do it. So, or at least inspiring to do so. Or if you see something that a need that you feel like you can do that it's not being met, I mean that's what the free market's all about. So. As far as all that stuff goes. So
all right, man. Don, where can they find you at, man? And you got any big plans going into 2024, brother?
Yeah. Some big videos dropping on January 1st, going to kick off the year right. So I've been making videos and holding them back. So that's going to be dropping on the Don KTR channel. If you're interested in more of the talking heads, talking about subjects, less of a podcast format, just more of me kind of like covering my perspective on things in regards to that. I guarantee you won't find any political stuff on there. I try to steer that because honestly, like where we have so much division, it's nice that where people can come in from all walks of life and who gives a shit, right? That's always been my streaming channel. It's always been my other channel in regards to that, and people are welcome all walks of life in regards to that. So no political stuff you're going to see on those channels, but and then the streaming channel, this is the live content. This is when I'm gaming and you see me disappointed on a long-winded conversation in Starfield to the point where I'm like, whoa, what the hell just happened, sort of thing. Those are the real reactions. They happen on this channel in regards to that. And I always try to keep that stuff posted. Saturday is the night that I try to keep the community involved too. So get people involved. People are interested in being creators, interested in joining. I do kind of have to filter that stuff just because, well, there's people that just want to ruin your channel. Right, like that's just really what it comes down to it. So, Retro Doc, I've known you for a while. Kat, I've known you for a while. You guys are always welcome to come on Community Game Night if you want to be there. And then if you want me to co-stream your stuff, if you're streaming, I can co-stream it for you, and help promote you guys when I'm live. I don't have that big of an audience, so it's not that big of a deal. But you kind of get where that's going for. What are you up to? What are you up to? You done for the year? You done?
Well, me, yeah. I mean, Loke asked me to come on to his show. GRG is done for the year. We're not. GRG is not coming back until the 15th of January. So
Good.
you know how I like to take my breaks. And I will. And I've been doing content every day this week. I was on Noof's show. I was on Spooky. I was doing stuff on Ham Solo stuff. I did the crossover that me and Ham does. I doubt Monday will be Monday. Well, Monday is, hold on. Is it coming up this Monday? I don't know, whichever one. This if we're not coming up on Christmas, which is the 21st. Well, if it I don't know. Yeah, Christmas is the Monday, isn't it?
Yes.
I think so.
Christmas Eve is Sunday, Christmas is Monday.
Yeah, man, we don't be no damn crossover. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no crossover. So we done for the year, Jack. Anyway, so but no, thereafter, if I'll make a decision if I'm going to do something Friday with Loke and them tomorrow. I'll let them know. If not, then I'm not doing anything else until sometime in the beginning of the year, where Fight Night Sunday will return. That's one of the reasons why I was playing Madden and stuff. Sports Night's finally going to actually come, and then I'm going to be hanging with Don. We're going to be streaming again. Like I know that I'm going to be streaming again. So I'll be on Twitch. I'll be on YouTube. Also, bearing there might be times that I might have to step away a little bit because of my situation with my mom, but I plan on trying to actually, I've been saying this for years, putting the time, the effort behind it without having some kind of weird break. I think that this is the year 2024 where I'm going to actually do that. So yeah, I that's the plan, and so that's what we're going to do. So I hope you guys will come and check it out.
I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Anyone that's watching this on your channel or my channel live, exercise a little bit of patience with Mega, at least for first half of the year. Just give him a little bit of grace on what he wants to do, because eventually he's gonna execute on that plan. Not going into too much detail about that, but I would just say just give you a little bit of grace in regards to that, and because of that, we'll try to do the Dev and the Gamer when we can. But it may be a little inconsistent, so just so people know, we'll do our best to try to, when we say we're going to do it, get it out to you guys.
We're going to do it.
But at the same token, if things change, just understand that there's reasons behind it. Don't want to have to go into too much detail. And then one thing I would say, commend you, and this, more content creators need to do this. You need to take breaks. You need to take breaks, because otherwise you lose the passion of why you're doing it, and what you're doing it for, and what audience you're doing it for. So please, people, just like any other job, you give yourself a vacation. 2 weeks are not going to kill you.
That's right.
If you do 2 weeks every other week, then maybe. But
then they'll definitely kill you. Yeah, because I've done that before, and he'll get you. He'll cut you up.
But on the holiday, enjoy it with your family. Take something in the midsummer off. It's good for you. I've seen too many people we've been close to, we work with, they get burnt out or they lose the soul why they're doing it. Just take the breaks that you guys need. Obviously, that grind it's a long game. It's not a short game. Too many people are trying to do it. And if you're inspired to do it from us or anybody else, my answer is always do it. Just go for it. Do it.
Yep.
All right, guys. I'm going to call it. I'm going to end the stream. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to XBot. He will return.
He is?
And yes, he will return.
Nice.
Bot has been showing his face and everything else. He got him a woman. I'm happy for him. And so she's going to be a part of what he's doing. So next podcast will be coming back.
Wait.
So yeah.
Woman, does he know what to do with that?
I don't know if he knows what to do with it.
He'll figure it out.
He's showing her around and stuff. So, and he's showing his face. So I'm cracking up. And I'm like, oh, look at you, Bot. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
so,
I'm glad.
Shout out to XBot. I knew something that was up when he was gone so much. I'm like, man, what are you doing? And then he was like, well, we're gonna do. I said, man, shut up, man. Just get out. Don't do nothing for the year. Take care of your business. And then next thing you know, he sends me a picture on Facebook. And he was like, yeah, man, I want to give you a shout out, whatever. Hey, we appreciate you telling me. Because me and Prayer was in his ass. Like, yeah, man, go get your ass out there and get back out there on the field. Stop sitting there,
Well, I don't want to put his business too much out there.
Yeah,
Right.
get your ass out there, man.
Yeah, but
sitting up there like an old lady with cats in the house, man. Get your ass out there and do your thing.
Well, good to know.
Shout out to my boy Xbox 448.
And so people that are new to me, I know Kat and Doc are Xbox is the one that gave me I guess give me a platform, give me a shot.
But
give credit where credit's due.
That's how we met.
It's how me and Mega met, all that sort of stuff. So definitely check it out. He has high inspirations on everything he wants to do. Like everybody, but he pioneered in a lot of things a lot of other podcasts are mimicking.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, so
yes.
Give him credit where credit's due. So definitely check him out, Xbox 448. Outside of that, I'm calling it, guys. This has been a long